Welcome to another afternoon of Freed Hardeman Lady Lions softball. Ray Pack and Coach Joe Holloway here to bring you this afternoon's game between the Lady Lions and the Lady Tigers from Georgetown. Here is our pregame coaches interview on the Lady Lion Softball Network.
Chase Animal Hospital is a full-service veterinary hospital which performs well and sick patient exams, hospitalization, surgery, boarding, doggy daycare, and grooming. We are located in Huntsville, Alabama, the Rocket City. We can take care of all dogs and cats as well as some livestock animals. Our current veterinarians on staff are Kevin Crabb, Zach Knight, Elizabeth Harville, and Wesley Clendenin. Visit our website at chaseanimalhospital.com or check us out on Facebook. We look forward to taking care of all your pet's needs.
Welcome into Freed Hardeman Lady Lion softball, our pregame coaches interview with Coach Todd Humphrey. Coach, welcome back.
Thank you. It's good to be back in Tennessee.
I'm sure after your unplanned trip to Florida for you, you were supposed to be in Kentucky with the volleyball team, but things changed and you ended up going to Florida.
Right.
And let's kind of start out talking about the Florida trip. I know we came back 4-2.
4-2, yes, sir.
Defeated two teams that are ranked in the top 25, and the other receiving votes are right there at that receiving vote level. So
Yes,
overall, tell me about what you thought about your trip.
I think it was a very beneficial trip for us to go down there and play. We saw some teams that are, like you said, top 25 caliber teams. Honestly, the team that we played the second day there, Southeastern, who is receiving votes, was probably the best hitting team we faced while we're down there overall. We split with them, split with Warner, and then we swept Weber on the last day before we come home, which made our trip home a little bit easier.
Oh, made it a happy bus/plane ride, I assume. So
well, for them, I was in a car.
Yeah, yeah, that's right. You drove all the way down and then drove back, and then you came to the school, picked the bus up, and went to the airport, picked the girls up, and brought them back. So
I logged about 12 hours that Sunday, I think.
That's not unusual for you, though. You like those days. But let's talk about our pitching a little bit here.
Okay.
I know after our game series against Lyon, you came up and we did an interview, and it kind of didn't make it to the broadcast. We don't know exactly what happened, but I look at it this way. I know we've got Morgan Crawford and you've got Brittany Adair. Those are your 1-2, if you want to call it that. Sure. I think they're really probably two number ones based on their different skill sets. And then you've got some younger pitchers that you used in Florida. And, matter of fact, you're going to start one of those younger kids today in Chloe Winters, in his first game.
Well, we're going to have her in the lineup. I'm not sure she's going to throw right away.
Okay, so you're still tossing that back and forth. Okay.
Yeah. We can. Chloe is one of those that we learned a lot about on the trip. She came in to 2 games while we're down there. First game she came in and got 6 outs for us with no runs scored, and then she came in on Saturday. I think she pitched maybe 5 innings on Saturday without giving up.
Saturday she came in relief for
Morgan.
For Morgan. Okay.
She came in relief for Morgan both times down in Florida and did a good job. We pitched Catherine Crabb on Friday against Southeastern. Like I said, I think Southeastern is probably the better hitting of those 3 teams we played down there overall. And she had a little bit of a rough outing, but we brought in Emery Thomas, and she took care of things for about 3 innings for us there to finish out the game.
Now, to be fair to Catherine, though, how long has it been since she had stepped in the circle?
It's been a while.
You just got to, and she hasn't pitched that much this year.
She's a very capable pitcher, but we did not recruit her as a pitcher. We recruited her for a center fielder like she's playing for us every day. She will be our leadoff hitter like she is every day until someone can knock her off the ladder. But when I recruited her, went down and realized that she was a pitcher. Like I say, when she's been coming to camps for years and stuff, we looked at her mostly as an outfielder.
Okay. And I know coming into today, based on those 8 games, the stats say Morgan Crawford, your leading hitter at 400, but she's only hit in 4 games. Catherine's been in all 8, and I think she's hitting 381. So a definite capable leadoff hitter there.
No doubt.
And so when you think about that trip, a success, I felt personally that if you came back 500, 3-3, it would have been a successful trip.
Right.
and you exceeded, I think, exceeded a lot of folks' expectations winning those 4 games. But
it showed a lot of fight. You know, we were either down or battling in most of those games down there, and so we never really just jumped out on top of anybody except for the game 6 on Saturday where we jumped out to a pretty good lead on Weber. But otherwise, we were fighting.
Well, I mean, I know there was one game you were down. Was it Weber you were down, or it might have been you were down 6-1, and you ended up winning 8-6.
Yeah, that was Weber on Saturday.
Okay, and in the other games you were down 2 or 3 runs.
Right.
But you know, these girls that we have on the team this year, just from what I've seen and knowing from what they did, 2 years ago, a lot of them are back from 2 year ago. There's no quitting these kids.
No,
they're not going to quit.
That's what you want. That's what you want. We don't want someone to lay down just when the things get tough. And again, every day is different. Every situation is different. But we feel really good about the group of girls that we have on the team and what we can gain from them, what we can benefit from having them do this.
Okay. Now let's go to Georgetown real quick.
Okay.
They've not been able to play at all this year. I think they've had 12 games or something like that. They've been canceled.
Yeah.
They were supposed to play yesterday, and it was a cancellation by the other school. So all you have your mind to base them on is
history. Yeah, history. I know the coach fairly well, Coach Thornton. We've played in years past. He does a great job with them there at Georgetown, and so I know he'll have them ready. Now, what they've been able to do, get outside and practice stuff, I don't know. We haven't been able to watch them any on film or anything, but it's the same thing when we went down to Florida. We'd seen some film on them, but we didn't really know what kind of pitching we were going to face down there. And so we'll just, like I tell the girls, we can only control what we have on this side of the field in the dugout and in the batter's box ourselves. So.
Good point. I know last year I think they were like 19-4 or 17-4, 19-4 before the season got canceled. Mm-hmm. So that tells you that they're going to be tough.
It'll be tough.
And that's year in and year out from what I went back and looked.
It's a very good program. And, again, I don't think there's going to be very many weak teams in this conference.
We mentioned the trip to Florida against the ranked teams. This team is also receiving votes. So that's going to be 5 series in a row that you're playing either a ranked team or someone who's receiving votes.
Right.
And I know we talked about that the other day. That's what you want, though. You don't want – you don't want a soft schedule where you beat up on everybody because you don't really know and learn anything about your team.
Well, the records, I mean, they're nice. They're nice to get you some plaques on the wall as far as total wins and stuff. But when it comes down to it, I want to play in postseason. I want to be able to go as far as we can in postseason. And in order to prepare our girls and team to do that, we got to play some very competitive teams to get the experience that we need. So this will be a challenge. Even though we had a good week, we got to put our shoes on and do the same thing this week. It's a 4-game series, so we'll see them 4 times, and that's different for us.
And that's different in this conference. In the American Midwest, we played a home and away. You played 2 each place. Now in this conference, you play all 4 games at one place.
Right.
Now, are they going to? Will Weefried Hardeman always be the home team on the scoreboard, or does that flop and Georgetown shows up as the home team in the game, or do you even know?
I don't really know. I think we're the home team throughout. I don't remember seeing anything. I think that's part of being the home field advantage, almost being at home. I don't like that as far as flip-flopping because again, I think there's got to be something to be said about being the home team.
Yeah, I agree with you.
We get to dress in our dressing room and hitting our cages and stuff, but still having that
last at bat makes a big difference. So. Okay, well, I know you'll be here for the first game today, and you will at some point. I don't know if it's after the first game or if you're going to stay down here as long as you can.
I'm going to stay here as long as I can.
And then I know you have volleyball as Life University comes to town at that starts at 7.
7. Mm-hmm.
So maybe some of the fans that come to this game they'll just venture right on up to the Brewer Sports Center for Lady Lion volleyball. Had a tough night the other night. We can go ahead and talk a little bit about volleyball.
Okay.
I know you had a tough night the other night down at Lion. I
We
thought when I went back and reviewed a little bit of the Philander-Smith game, I thought you played well. It just kind of slipped away from you there in those last couple of sets.
We started out, it's a long road trip, and I'm not trying to make excuses, but, you get off the bus a little bit and get your legs about you. And we fought hard to get the first 2 wins. I felt good about, fighting and getting those close wins. But I do believe that we lost some wind or lost some air, and so we just didn't have a lot of fight. And it's just we felt like we could play with them. We hadn't really played Philander in a long time, and then we turned around and played Lyon after that, and I think we just didn't have it. And I talked to girls about that. Going into the starting conference with life today. You can't go into these non-conference games and not just go half speed. We can't do that.
You got to put it all out there on the line every day.
It was a very tough ride home. When everybody's sleeping, I'm up there driving for 5 hours, and I'm just replaying the game in my head, and it's tough to swallow sometimes because we know what kind of team we have.
Exactly. I was gonna say
we know what we're capable of doing, but it's just we didn't execute.
Well, look where your fall season is. Your fall season is good. All right, Coach. Well, we appreciate you taking time coming up with us. And I know after each game, David says, Coach Wade says he's going to send one of the players up for us to interview, and we look forward to that.
Yeah,
look forward to a good day. Look forward to a good day today.
Thank you.
And best of luck to you today
Appreciate
tomorrow as we move forward.
Sounds great.
Coach Todd Humphrey, folks.
Thank you.
Residential or commercial, you can rely on West 10 Fence for complete fencing services. We put over 50 years of experience to work for you building, mending, and maintaining fences and gates. From chain link and barbed wire to wooden, vinyl, ornamental iron, and beautiful wrought iron, whether you want a fence for beauty, privacy, or security, we've got you covered. Just call and ask for a free estimate.
And welcome into Rayla Tucker Black Field for Lady Lions softball as the national anthem is finishing up, and we'll be ready for action here. Ray Pack along with Coach Joe Holloway to bring you the action today on the Lady Lion Network as the Tigers from Georgetown, Kentucky roll to town. Today's opening day for conference, Coach. 4-game set today and tomorrow. Don't forget tomorrow's games at 10 a.m. and 12 noon. And as I talked with Coach Humphrey and the research I could find, I had to go back to last season. So it's not going to be a good judge of where we're at with Georgetown. This is their first game of the year.
Yeah, I even had one canceled
yesterday. The opposing school ended up canceling that one, and so they didn't get to play. So they've had like 10 or 11 other games canceled already this year. So
they got a short schedule.
They do. But now the Lady Lions are rolling back into Henderson for this homestand after a weekend road trip last week down to Florida to play 3 teams, 2 in the top 25 and 1 receiving votes. They ended up coming home out of that series of games 4-2 as they split with number 19 Warner. They split with Southeastern receiving votes. And then they swept number 25, let's say Warner Weber.
Yeah.
So,
well, don't you think we're going to get some votes after the past weeks? And we have, even if we take 2 of the games, 3, we're going to. I think
you got to take 2 or 3 of the games to see the match. Okay, Morgan Crawford in the circle for the Lady Lions, facing the shortstop, number 10, Carly Oliver, and a called strike for Morgan Crawford.
Morgan is very strong on that mound, and she'll bring it to you. I like the move that Coach Todd Humphreys pulled. We're not going to burn a position. We'll explain that a little later.
Yeah, we will. We can. And, just barely catches the corner for an 0-2 count. Nice pitch right there by Crawford.
Yeah, that one looked like it rode in on her a little bit.
It did.
Yeah,
it must have caught just the very front corner of home plate. 0-2 pitch. Swing fouled away, out of play off the first base side. Great camera shots here by our good friend Paul Schultze in Worthy Road Studios. We got a camera focused right there on the mound, so if you're watching, you can see that release point of the softball and how it's coming out of her hand. And there's a ground ball straight up the middle. It's going to be a single. Going to be a single for Oliver right off of the right side of second base.
And Jernigan made a good effort. Probably missed it by an inch. Maybe. That almost was a seeing eye single, though.
Yes, and I think if she dives for that, probably it's going to be a single anyway because she's not going to have enough time to get up and react.
Yeah, she gave it all she had.
And
here we come.
And got a call stealing there at second as Oliver took off as Clemish took the pitch.
You really don't run. What I've seen Donovan, she's shot down most of the runners that high percentage of throw out.
And she lays that ball right there on that side of the bag. So as Clemish, the right fielder, comes up for Georgetown, that when she fouls it off, and I didn't see if the first pitch was a ball or a strike. It must have been a strike.
It's a strike.
So 0-2 again for Crawford, starting off strong.
And with 0-2, we can waste one here.
Oh, yeah.
Make them bite yours. Let's see if they throw something up high.
Now, this is the kind of hitter we were talking about the other day, Coach, that we didn't see. This is a slap hitter. If you notice how she positions her feet in the batter's box, and then she takes a step towards the pitch as the ball is released. And so now what you want to do with her is throw that ball outside. So she's stepping away from the ball.
That last pitch was right there.
Yes,
it was
sir.
Tempting.
That's the pitch you wanted to see, and she fouls it off, stays alive.
And with 0-2, you can't, or 1-2, you cannot take that pitch. You have to swing at it.
Oh, yeah.
It's not, that one would have been tough to handle even if she'd gotten a good cut at. Have you ever seen one of the slap hitters gets in the back of the box and takes a running start?
Well, it's funny you mention that. We used to have a young lady here, and we'll get to that in just a second. And there's the perfect pitch as she strikes her out swinging.
Now, that was a great pitch, and it
Local,
had movement away.
We had a local kid, Chester County kid, Kenesha Skinny Turner, and that was her mode of operation. She was a super slap hitter from the back. As Mitchell steps in, the first baseman for Georgetown. Swing and a miss. So Crawford coming out strong.
Not wasting any pitches either. Even the temptation pitches are close enough.
So Crawford, 0-1 pitch. Now that pitch, just a perfect little changeup right there, just enough that threw the batter off a little bit.
Now on a pitch like that, when I was playing Babe Ruth League, we had an umpire who was Reverend. He'd say, "You're a dead duck."
And it's the swing and a miss. So Coach, 3 up, 3 down for the Lady Lions as Crawford handles her business. We're going to be back with the bottom of the first inning right here on the Lady Lions Softball Network.
If you want to invest in cabinetry and need a locally owned and operated company you can trust, choose Kitchens by Design. In business since 2002, our locally owned and operated company has a track record of providing precision work, serving both residential and commercial clients. We're your one-stop shop providing quality work for all types of projects, including kitchens, bathrooms, additions, new construction, and more. For more information on how we can service your needs, contact us today.
And welcome back as Ray Pack and Coach Joe Holloway here. We're going to be bringing you the bottom of the first here. But, Coach, we'll talk a little bit about a couple other things. Of course, Monday night, the Lady Lion basketball team was defeated in the first round of conference play, losing to Martin Methodist.
And we'd beaten them twice, and everybody said, man, we should have beaten. No, Terry Oman, the legendary Hall of Fame coach, used to say he didn't want to play anybody 3 times after close. We played a great first quarter, played a great fourth quarter, but we dug our hole in the second and third quarter
Exactly.
and expended too much energy. And you say, wait a minute, we got beat by 10. That was because we were within 3 and we started fouling.
Exactly.
And they didn't miss.
Exactly. Well, our good, wonderful SID, Taylor Hodges, mentioned that the other night. He was worried about it because we had beaten them by a total of combined total of 5 points. So that was a tough night. Then today's Thursday, right?
Thursday.
All my days are running together this week. Tuesday night, the men's basketball team hosted our former conference, now new conference rival Bethel.
Yes.
And I'm with you. You said when you came up that might have been the best game that they have played maybe all season.
we played a complete basketball game, and the defensive intensity, and we played, Coach and I talked about in the pregame, one word, urgency. We played with a sense of urgency.
It ended up winning. Final score going to add a point to it. It's going to be 101-66 there.
Absolutely.
And here we are back. Catherine Crabb for the Lady Lions, the center fielder, getting ready to step in. And she'll be facing Brandkamp, number 27 for Georgetown, in the circle. Catherine's eager to go, and she is the leading hitter right now for Freed Hardeman. She's coming in with a 381 average. Takes that first pitch inside for a ball.
And guess where she's from? Hazel Green High School.
Hazel Green, Alabama.
Yeah, I like that high school. I've been there before, and we'll tell you a little more about some of these players as the game goes on.
Thankful to Coach David Wade for getting us that information. And there is ball two. That must have been just a little bit low. I'm watching the field, and Coach Joe's watching the monitor, and he can see where it comes across. That time it was up and in, so 3-0 is the count.
Well, Catherine's got a great eye. We saw that the last game what we did. She's not going to swing at anything bad. I guarantee the take signs on, or I won't guarantee it because you never know.
I would say you're probably pretty close. And ball four, base on balls. As now stepping in Kennedy Harris, the right fielder. And the catcher goes out, going to have a conversation with that's Sims, goes out to talk to Brandkamp. Well, let's see here. Pull that back up. There we go.
And of course, Harris is a transfer.
And she takes that inside pitch and tries to go inside out and fouls it back. Strike one. Yeah, she transferred from Wabash Valley Community College, I believe it was.
Yeah. I was wondering, David's handwriting, he's got Memphis handwriting.
Well, now he had them girls. When we do appreciate Coach David Wade, he got us a little bit of information on these players, so a little more than we had.
Oh, yeah, and we're going to
pitch
get
inside, and we'll get a whole bunch more as the year goes on.
Yeah, Ray is working hard, folks. I can tell you that right now. And if you knew how many jobs he had, you would say a prayer for him every night.
And that's what my wife does. Someone asked me, how do you do all you do? Well, I don't like sitting at home, Coach. And there's a strike on the outside corner for strike two, so to count 1-2 on Kennedy Harris.
Now, Ray, my wife's different. She doesn't like me sitting at home. But now she will come to these games with me. I don't think she missed a game that I coached.
Now, as the pitch comes, and that's kind of a waste pitch, toss-away pitch, however you want to call it, up and outside. If my wife wasn't working across campus here, she would probably enjoy. Softball was the sport she probably enjoyed the most, and then volleyball fell in behind.
Well, when you've called games, she's been with you a whole lot.
Well, and a swing and a miss for Harris, so strike three, out number one for the Lady Lions. So when she first got into volleyball and softball, I wasn't doing any kind of broadcasting. I was just volunteering to do video work, or now softball I was a volunteer assistant coach, so we didn't get to spend much time together.
You're right about that.
And a strike on the outside corner to Sophie Donovan.
And I tell you what, Sophie, I got to see a lot of her because I've done some Jackson Christian School sports, and she was a good academician, good player. She likes Frisbee golf, too.
Yeah, I saw that. I thought, well, that's interesting. And that one, ball in the dirt, nice block by the catcher right there to keep the ball from getting to the backstop. You mentioned Sophie being from Jackson Christian. Another young lady that went to church with us, Casey Lynch, is now playing with the Moccasins at UT Chattanooga. And she is a senior this year. And there's another ball down in the dirt. So 2-1 to count on Donovan.
not having seen them because they haven't played any games, I'm not sure this young lady throws many rise balls or anything.
I think she tries that more of the drop ball. It looks
yeah.
like it was more of a drop ball to me. Let's see what she does here. And a snow cone catch at first as Donovan, little line out to the first baseman, and Hayes is doubled off 4-3. So that brings Freed Hardeman no runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left on base but one walk. We'll be right back on the Freed Hardeman Lady Lions Softball Network.
The reason I chose Freed Hardeman was I came for orientation, and I felt welcomed and loved, and I've toured many nursing programs, and this was different. This one was something different to me, and it's been amazing, and I really enjoyed it, and it's something I'll always remember, and this is family to me. I also chose Freed Hardeman because of the 100% pass rate at Dixon. They've had a 100% pass rate for the last 3 years, and that finalized my decision to come to Freed Hardeman.
And welcome back to Rayla Tucker Black Field. And I asked Coach Humphrey, you know, about that the other day after the game, why the field name changed. He said this family wanted to do something for the softball team, and that's what they did. Evidently donated a little bit of cash, and they had the name out there on the scoreboard. So we went by Morgan Stadium at Associates Field for the first 10 years I was here. As you see, Crawford warming up out in the circle in the top of the second. So we've had a caught stealing and a doubled off of first base. So two plays that kind of changed momentum a little bit.
Really does, because we looked like we had something cooking. We had a very good base runner that was capable of stealing a base, and some good hitters coming up, because we've hit the ball well lately.
We have. And so stepping back up to the plate for the Tigers is the center fielder Bager. And that time Crawford comes up and in, and Bager fights it off foul for strike one. That's a tough pitch.
It is, and she really didn't want to offer it that one and got handcuffed there. That's the kind that saws a wooden bat off in your hands.
Exactly. So pitch number 2 comes. Called strike. Right there at the top of the strike zone for an 0-2. So Crawford has been ahead of every hitter 0-2 so far today.
And
now I'm going to jinx that, you know.
Well, no, we got to throw a waste pitch here.
And she doesn't really get it outside, but she throws it up in the strike zone and causes Baker to foul it off. Now there's your throwaway pitch.
Yep, there it is. She was hoping she'd bite at it. Maybe 2 inches closer, but it was still a fine pitch.
Yes, it was. Thankful over here to Lawson Mann. He stepped in as doing some work on one of the cameras, and that ball's up and in. Yeah. Ball 2, so the count goes 2-2. We're all even. Lawson Mann producing and directing over there for us here at Worthy Road Studio on the Freed Hardeman University Sports Network, I guess we'll have to call it, because there's a bunch of sports going on.
It is a network now.
And that pitch inside, so she goes full. Of course, got to mention our other folks up here, Jeremy Wright, SID student intern.
Who got a senior plaque the other night.
Yes, he did.
Was honored and he got a good round of applause, too.
And so we're at ball 4 as Crawford throws it in and walks. Now I was going to go over here and look. I'll come back to that in just a second. And that time Crawford paints the corner as the designated player. Campbell steps in, Annie Campbell, for the Tigers. And she's squaring around a bunt. Yeah, she's going to pull back. And she kind of slap bunts at it. She did the right thing. She tried to push down the first base line.
Don't you think, Ray, she's got to deaden it a little more?
Oh,
Make
yeah.
that first baseman come
Well,
up. Because you get that hard enough, and you can still get the runner at second.
and that time she lunged at the ball a little bit. And so 0-2 the count. And fouls that one off. Crawford comes into today's game with only 5 walks. So she has pretty good control. And there's another one. That one right down the pipe, fouled back.
She's been around the plate, and now they're fouling off a lot of pitches, which you don't want to build your pitch count up.
That's right.
She's not bunting. She's showing it, but she's
yeah.
not bunting.
And another foul. She's trying to go to the right side.
Yeah.
It's going to be tough if Crawford comes inside for her to punch that pitch inside to the right side. You know, one reason, and I'll go ahead and explain this, but a lot of times when you see a batter with that bat out like they're going to bunt, it's all about trying to get their timing. It's all about timing. And so straight back to Crawford. 1-6. Fielder's choice. So that's a nice job by Crawford. Fielder, just a soft ground ball, not hard enough for a double play. I think the Lady Lions so far on the season, they've turned 3 double plays, which is a difficult task in fast pitch softball.
Oh, yeah, because the runners get down the line. Mitchell did a good job on judgment not throwing the
Yes.
first then.
And that time Crawford comes in, almost catches the third baseman, Kaylin Barnett.
But that lets you know you can't dig in.
Oh, yeah, though. They're not going to let you just plant your feet. They'll make you work a little bit. And there's a foul ball that's going to make it into the Lady Lion dugout.
Did you ever throw a purpose pitch when you were pitching, Ray?
Occasionally, Coach.
West Tennessee kind of semi-pro baseball and legend and a coach, Butch Hopkins, threw at me one day. I playing with the Westover Polar Bears.
And strike 2 and a throw down to first. Back in is Campbell. So a nice pitch right there by Crawford on the outside portion of the plate. Gave Donovan a chance to make that throw.
Crawford has better control than I did. I threw at him the next inning.
Oh, okay.
You mentioned snow cones a while ago. You remember when people used to give a snow cone to return the
Yeah,
foul
they
balls?
bring the foul ball back and you get a snow cone or a
need a
Coke.
snow cone.
Well, I'm not sure where we can get a snow cone this week.
Remember those rainbow ones and the cherry ones?
And the cherry ones. Up and away, good pitch by Crawford, trying to get her to chase, so it evens the count at 2.
And what did Bob Euchre say? Only he said it about a pitch a little way. He said just a little bit outside.
Just a tad. Yep, that's old. You used to watch him in those movies when he was doing that announcing, but he was a great. And a called strike 3 right on the inside part of the plate.
Batter didn't have a chance.
No shot. Yeah, Euchre was broadcasted for the Milwaukee Brewers, did he not?
He's still broadcasting.
Well, I didn't know he was still broadcasting.
I don't know that
Is he
he
trying
does
to
every game
Is he
now,
trying to catch Vin Scully's record?
He won't catch that one, and Bob will give it up, but great guy.
And I'm going to say that was fouled as the catcher, Maddie Sims, steps in.
Sims is part of their senior leadership, and it's good to have a senior catcher on your team. And I believe Georgetown has gotten a few votes, even though they hadn't played.
Yeah, well, you got to remember, the poll that's out now is still the preseason poll.
Yeah.
So, but Coach Humphrey said they're going to be a good program. They're not what they were, but they're still competitive. And that swing and a miss, and another throw down to first. Then back in is Mitchell, Campbell.
I love it. Donovan has the guts of a cat burglar throwing down there to first.
I kind of get aggravated when they try to make the throw to third. That's the hard one.
Especially around a right-handed batter.
And swing and a miss. So there's out number 3. So the Tigers get one on base on balls, and they strand one. Our score after 1.5, 0-0. We'll be back with more on the Freed-Hardeman University Sports Network.
The reason why I pursued my BSN in nursing is because I wanted to give back to the community. I wanted to take back, I wanted to give care to all the patients that I had taken care of previously in the past. I wanted to gain more experience and education. Freed-Hardeman is local here in Dixon, Tennessee. I noticed that they had a 100% pass rate for the past 3 years, and I knew that Freed-Hardeman would be a great fit for me.
And welcome back in to the campus of Freed-Hardeman University for Lady Lions softball. Ray Pack and Coach Joe Holloway here with you as we're still in between innings. Pitcher hasn't even come back out of the dugout yet. As, of course, the catcher was the last one to bat, so.
And Ray, if we go back to that wide shot while they're warming up, we had
there we go.
Well, they were showing the third baseman. We had a text that came to me, one of our people that watched. They want to know why the third baseman is up there. Because if you threw it to normal position, they might take the pitcher's head off sometimes, or you could roll the hard ground ball under the pitcher's feet. I've seen that happen.
I've seen that. But let me throw another thing out there. And I know we don't get that wide shot very often, but a lot of times you'll see that third baseman about 10 steps in from third base to take away the bunt advantage that can be utilized here in softball.
Yeah, the third baseman softball plays a lot closer than the third baseman in baseball.
No doubt. Cassie Hayes, our first baseman, steps in to begin the bottom of the second.
Cassie, the pride of Franklin High School right here in Tennessee.
And Cassie is coming in at 375.
I never hit 375 in my life.
I might have hit 375 in Peanut League because that's a ball outside.
Well, I forgot. In Jackson, we called it Southern League. It was 8 and 9 year old boys, and I did do all right. I think the ball hit the bat a few extra times.
Pitch number 2 inside. So she works 2-0.
And you can see why she's the first baseman. She had good footwork on that one, avoiding getting hit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's one thing Coach Humphrey and I talk about. He recruits kids that can play multiple positions. And there's a little pop-up to the second baseman, Reynolds.
And it gives you so much you can do when you get those kids like that. You know, there's all kinds of shifts and things that you can do. You can play with your lineup and substitutes. And like I said, he pulled a good pitching move today.
Yes,
too.
he did. And both of those players are pitchers as Crawford steps in, getting ready to bat. We were talking about Catherine Crabb. He recruited her as an outfielder, but then come to find out she could pitch.
And it's a pretty good one.
Yeah.
That one's a little low. Good eye.
So 1-0 the count. And there's a take on the inside corner, 1-1 for Crawford.
Now, Crawford, if my memory serves me right, yeah, she played in a very tough league. Her school, Ridgeland High School, is out of Rossville, Georgia, and they play some pretty fair softball, Ray.
And that is a ball outside. And she transferred from, now my mind does slip, but she's transferred from East Tennessee, one of the NAIA school. Who? Carson Newman.
Yeah, that's big-time stuff now because they play NCAA now, don't they?
And a swing, and that one's going to get out of play over the right Tiger dugout. So it's going to be 2-2. And Crawford on her Florida trip. Well, I'm going by career stats. She has a career number of 6 home runs. She had one in Florida, and there's a shot, and she's going to eat the center fielder up as it one hops the wall. A long single for Morgan Crawford.
And they did a good job of retrieving it and getting it back in.
Yes, they did. Yes, they did. As Annalise Jarnigan's going to step in.
Annalise from a high school known well for their football. They've had some good basketball and softball. Friendship Christian School.
Yep, and Annalise steps in as she had a home run. We call it around here. I don't know if you've seen it or not, but there's a foul back. We've nicknamed them, and I don't know, Tim, where the nickname going to parents back here. Who gave them the nickname the Bomb Squad? Mr. Johnny Estes, who you might see him down there taking lots of pictures. He takes a lot of pictures, but he calls them the Bomb Squad. And so we had several members join the Bomb Squad as a called strike for Jernigan on the outside corner. The Lady Lions went to Florida with no home runs, come home with 4 home runs.
Light air.
Yep.
No, we muscled up.
I'll tell
we
you,
could have it. We played on a night the ball wasn't going anywhere. It was like the old days.
And this is kind of one of those days here today. And a ball outside. It's not as cool as it was on opening day here, but it is kind of damp air and the rain. You can feel some rain moving in. The flag is died right now, but it's blowing straight in from center field when the wind blows. And catcher does a nice job trying to frame it, but the umpire says, no, ma'am. And so it's 2-2.
Good umpiring. Oh, Ray, you remember the days when they would try to freeze baseballs or put them in a refrigerator?
Yes.
And that's one reason why the umpires have to sit with them. In Major League, of course, they rub the Delaware mud on them.
And there's a high fly ball halfway left field. So Jarnigan flies out to left field.
Third baseman, number 3, Sam Morgan.
And so now Sam Morgan comes in, and she hit 2 home runs, 2 big home runs while we were in Florida. One was to win the game, and I believe the other was a 3-run RBI to either tie us or put us in the lead for that second game.
And she's a good hitter, and I like she's digging her spot out.
Tough as nails, third baseman. That first pitch right on the corner on the outside part of the plate for strike 1 with 2 outs here. Crawford on first, leading the inning off, or getting the first hit for the Lady Lions of the day.
Nice parallel stance with the feet.
Yes.
You don't waste any motion, although some hitters have to do that.
And ball 2 again outside. Or, excuse me, ball 1.
Excellent eye right there.
The beauty of now we have a monitor in front of us. We can see a little bit more than we could the other day.
Yeah.
The other first series, was our first series, but we've got everything covered now. Is that pitch inside, foul ball?
Off that foot, and that hurts. Good old foot right there. And the pitcher took a little off that one, Ray.
Yep. So 1-2, we got 2 outs. As we wait on this pitch. And she took a little bit off of that one too, Coach. And Sam did a great job keeping her hands back, fouling it off down the right field line, out of play.
Great camera shot. Then you could actually see the pitch signal, and then you could see that she tapped the inside part of her leg where she wanted the pitch to come. Catcher, pitcher have to communicate. Of course, when you get a runner at second, got to change those signals a little bit.
Ooh. Ball outside. And I'm going to be honest, that pitch looked awful close.
Oh, it missed by a millimicron.
Oh, well.
A millimicron.
Okay.
And I hope everybody knows how small that is.
It didn't miss by much.
No, it didn't.
2-2. And Morgan fights another one off to the right side.
And I also like the mitt the catcher's wearing. That's good for the pitcher, having that white target.
It gives a good target, yes.
You don't miss it in. Starting to cloud up a little bit at 59 degrees, but I don't think the rain's due till, about 9 o'clock
I'd say 9 or 10 tonight,
Yeah.
I believe is what I saw. It started out at midnight, but it's crept back a little bit since then. And there is the take on the outside corner for out number 3. So the Lady Lions with 1 hit, no runs, no errors, and 1 left on base. We'll be right back with more Lady Lions softball on the Freed-Hardeman University Sports Network.
The reason I chose Freed-Hardeman is because I'm a mother of 2, and I live here locally here in Dixon, and 2 years ago I decided that I wanted to be a nurse. So Freed-Hardeman had just opened up and I was ready for the opportunity and jumped on it, and I knew I needed to stay home, still be a mom, and yet I wanted to pursue my dream as being a nurse.
And welcome back as we get ready to go to the top of the third. No score. Matter of fact, everything is even across the board. Both teams have 1 hit. Both teams have left 1 on base. No one's committed an error, and no one scored a run.
The bad thing is you haven't been able to do one of the smoothest phrases in softball or baseball. No runs, no hits, no errors, and nobody left on base.
I could have done that one. I could have done that in the first, and I just missed it, Coach.
We did miss one.
I missed it in the first.
And I always have loved that, though.
Yeah, that's one of the classic phrases. As for Georgetown, the left fielder, number 25, Brooke Chick, is going to step up.
And speaking of classic, you can watch this game and the next one again tonight on YouTube. It is archived. Every one of these games, just like the basketball, will be archived. And sometimes we're not only streaming on our regular network streaming, it will be on YouTube and maybe on another. I'll announce about that later.
All right. Well, I know we're on the Freed-Hardeman Stretch Internet portal. It's always there.
We're on Facebook.
I did not know we were doing Facebook.
We have.
So we're reaching out to a lot of folks.
And to be honest with you, tonight and sometimes live YouTube.
So I know that not only can you go to YouTube, but you can go to the GoFHULions.com, and there up at the top it's got where you can click to go to live stats, live video, and everything is archived there on that port. Just hit that tab that says live video, it'll take you, and you can click on demand. It'll take you to these games. As Crawford steps up here, facing Chick. And Chick lays down a perfect bunt, fielded well by Hayes. Yes. A nice play by Cassie Hayes to Annalise Jarnigan to retire that Chick, and she laid down a perfect bunt, Coach.
You couldn't have done much better than that, but you know what? Our players executed flawlessly. I love it, Ray. When we've got a left-handed hitter, let's see how she operates.
And this is the left. This is the second baseman, Cassie Rannells, number 13. Got to respect an athlete that likes to wear number 13, Coach.
Yes, I stayed away from that number like it was poison.
That was the number I wore all the time.
Did you?
I loved it.
You're a good man.
I did. I wore 13 a lot. And she's going to take one down the left side, and it goes foul. So 0-2 the count. And that time she just kind of threw her hands at the ball. Wasn't necessarily a perfect, great pitch to hit, but she fought it off.
Make contact, put it in play.
Yeah, I wore number 13 after during when I was in college. I wore number 35 on my my social club uniform. And there is a ball low. I wore 35. I'm a Kentucky fan, but I like Darrell Griffith that played at Louisville, and he wore 35.
Yeah, you could get 40 lashes with it.
I know I could, especially if some of my friends that don't care for that. And there it is, and there's going to be a ground ball to Mitchell, to Hayes, and that'll do it. And 2 up, 2 down.
And And your book at home scored 6-3.
That's it. I did get me a new scorebook, and
Yeah,
I
I'm gonna brag
really
on
like
Ray.
this one. I really like
Ray
this
is
one.
using a pro scorebook, the same one Bob Carpenter uses to call pro baseball. with.
Washington Nationals.
Yes.
He has really perfected this through the past 20 years, I guess it is. It is wonderful. It's got a whole lot more than what I will ever use, but it does the job. And pitch number 2 goes foul as the leadoff batter, Carly Oliver, steps back in for Georgetown. 0-2 is our count.
And I like having that diamond up there where we can put the other team's defense.
Yeah. And really, some people would say that pitch is real close, but it's going to be a ball outside. With our DAC stats, our stats program that the NAIA uses, if you ever pull it up, you really don't need a scorebook when you have DAC stats.
Yes.
Of course, sometimes it lags, so that's why you have a scorebook. And there you go, swing and a miss. So guess what, Coach? Guess what we get to use this time?
You get to do it. I'm ready for it.
Got to do 3 up, 3 down for the Tigers of Georgetown. We'll be back with the bottom of the third right after this message on the Freed-Hardeman University Sports Network.
My name is Clay Leonard. I preach for the Church of Christ in Paris, Kentucky, and I'm a student in the Graduate School of Theology at Freed-Hardeman. I think the quality of scholarship at Freed-Hardeman, as well as the camaraderie that is shared between the students and the professors, sets Freed-Hardeman apart. I'm already using my degree in so many ways as I preach, and I hope that it will continue to challenge me to be the best student that I can and the best preacher that I can.
I'm sorry, I came back.
Yeah,
Welcome back. We're back.
Yeah,
You can tell me the rest of that story about the chair.
Well, in basketball, I sit with my feet forward. In softball, because the style chair it is, my feet are always.
I was saying, basketball, you sit in a higher chair.
Oh, yeah, well,
because you
I'm
have to
only
see over.
5
You have
foot
got to see
6.
over that rail. I wasn't going to say that, Coach.
Well, I am, and I was a point guard. So
I had several of my friends are of smaller stature, and during the snowstorm, they said make sure we put a orange flag on your head so you didn't lose your short friends in the snow.
They told me not to go out in the snow sometime.
Oh, me. And so the Lady Lions come up to bat in the bottom of the third. It's going to be the shortstop, Allie Mitchell. Let's see if I can. Allie coming in with .333 average after 8 games. First pitch going to be snagged by the third baseman. Nice play, nice getting up off her knees to make that throw. So it's going to be a 5-3 ground out for Allie Mitchell to lead the inning off. And so now stepping in, Britton Jarrell. And Coach, you go ahead and go ahead and tell us a little bit about Britton here.
Britton is from Nashville Christian, a very fine school. She wears number 22, and one of her hobbies is traveling.
Well, she does like to travel.
Well, she got a lot of it.
She gets a lot of it here with softball.
She really does. I got to say something. The previous batter wore number 5. I wonder whose number that used to be.
Number 5.
Yeah.
Whose number that used to be?
Yeah, some famous people. Johnny Bench.
Yes.
Jolton Joe DiMaggio.
Yes.
Coach Joe Holloway.
And
infamous rather than.
Oh, well, I think all 3 of those have something else in common, too. Aren't they all Hall of Famers?
Yes.
All right.
But they're in a little bigger one.
Well, I just had to throw that out there. I had to throw that out there for you. You deserve to be known as a Hall of Fame coach. 3-0 on Jarrell. And she comes in with and there's another walk for Jarrell.
Great piece of watching the ball and not making a mistake that time by Britton.
I want you to know something. She has an .077 batting average, but she also has a team-leading 7 walks.
She
So
has a good eye.
That brings Crabb back up to the plate for the Lady Lions, the center fielder. as fouls that one straight back. Brandcamp has struggled a little bit with her control so far. And again, this is Georgetown's first real game, so they were, you get tired of throwing pitches to your own team or just practicing. And Crabb, foul ball. He lays down the bunt, but it goes foul. That would have been the perfect bunt.
It was close
because
to being perfect.
It would have been within 10 inches of home plate, and Gerald was off and moving.
And you're right, Ray. It's nothing like live competition. You playing against yourself isn't the same as playing somebody else that doesn't know you.
And called strike 3 on the outside corner. So now we have 2 outs with Gerald at first as Kennedy Harris steps back in for her second at bat, her first at bat.
I wonder if Kennedy brought one of her dogs or her dogs with her to school because she loves her dogs.
I don't know. And she takes that inside pitch and fouls it down the third base line. David Wade, did he muff that one? I missed it.
If he did, I was watching because it was really in on her hands. And
it may have gone off the front of the dugout, and he didn't have a chance to field it.
Now, Dave don't make errors, though. He's also a fireman in the city of Jackson.
That's right.
And he's very good at what he does.
So this time she fouls it off the hands down the first base line. She struck out swinging her first time.
Now got to protect the plate with that 0-2 count.
Yes.
Runner will be off with the crack of the bat.
Yep. But now she cannot leave until the pitcher reaches the apex of the pitch. And ball outside, so 1-2. A little bit different than in baseball. The runner can't leave till the ball gets to the highest point above the pitcher's head as she starts her wind-up. And there's going to be a hit. That'll be Frieda Hardeman's second hit as Harris singles. And I'm going to say that one was more to center field, just kind of off the hands, and moves to Gerald to second as Sophie Donovan now steps in. Donovan lined out to the second baseman in her first at bat. Little snow cone, and then got doubled. Crabb got doubled off. And there's a called strike.
And, of course, Sophie, we told you about her playing Frisbee golf, but she also likes to play it with her family, too, which is good.
And, I read through a lot of those, and it seemed to me like the majority of these girls enjoy spending time with their family. And Donovan's going to ground it to the shortstop. So Oliver to Mitchell for a 6'3" ground out. That'll be the third out of the inning. So Freed's going to strand 2 with 1 hit, no runs. No errors committed by Georgetown. We'll be right back with more Lady Lions softball on the Frieda Hardeman University Sports Network.
Chase Animal Hospital is a full-service veterinary hospital which performs well and sick patient exams, hospitalization, surgery, boarding, doggy daycare, and grooming. We are located in Huntsville, Alabama, the Rocket City. We can take care of all dogs and cats as well as some livestock animals. Our current veterinarians on staff are Kevin Crabb, Zach Knight, Elizabeth Harville, and Wesley Clendenin. Visit our website at chaseanimalhospital.com or check us out on Facebook. We look forward to taking care of all your pet's needs.
And welcome back to Rayla Tucker Black Field on the campus of Frieda Hardeman University. Ray Pack and Coach Joe Holloway bringing you exciting Lady Lions softball. Now, Coach, while we have a minute, we're going to go back. We talked about the women's basketball, the men's basketball team, and they're going to move on to the conference tournament to be played in Bowling Green, Kentucky. And I like how they call Bowling Green High School the Bowling Green Arena. Have you noticed that? You noticed that? And the high school invested the money and put a full college court in. It's actually the Bowling Green Purples play on a college-sized court. You know, that extra distance.
Oh, I think
Not,
it's wise. Every school should go ahead and put the college court in when they build a new one.
And so Bowling Green traditionally year in, year out is very competitive in that third. Is it third? No, it's not the third region. That's the well, I can't remember the eighth.
I'm like you. I'm trying to remember the region.
But anyway, they're real competitive in that region, and so they make trips to the old Freedom Hall, which they don't play at anymore. They play at Rupp Arena. They've played at Western Kentucky University and Northern Kentucky University for these tournaments, state high school Sweet 16s, as stepping in for Georgetown. So I will get back to that other is the right fielder, Klimish, and she's the slap hitter. She takes swings at the first one, so a 0-1. But I was going to go well, I will bring that. We'll bring volleyball up after and baseball up after this inning.
Yes.
Oh, nice changeup by Crawford. Froze Klimish in her steps.
And the wind's picked up a little bit.
Yes, it has. Now it's blowing. Looks like it's now it's coming straight back in. It's kind of swirling out there in center field if you can see the flag. And she swings at a pitch up and away for out number 1.
And Morgan Crawford's got to be happy with that pitch. Not only did she get her, but it tempted and went where she wanted it.
And that's Crawford's 6th strikeout of the day, Coach.
And she's having a great game.
So she's really having a good game. As now the first baseman, Mitchell, steps in. Lindsey Mitchell called strike. Tell you what, Crawford is not wasting time. She's just attacking the batters.
And I like that. Makes the game move.
And swing and a miss. Strike 2, 0-2 the count.
I believe she just threw that one past her. The girl swung, but that one she was late.
And she has struck out her first time at bat. That time just a tad up and away.
Looked like she took a little off.
But again, you've mentioned the throwaway. Hopefully, I'd call it a chase pitch or whatever you want to call it. That's what Morgan's trying to get her to chase that pitch. Now she took some off. Oh, nice snag by Sam Morgan over at third, so it turns it into a 5-3 as Morgan goes over to Hayes for the second out of the inning.
Our infield is very solid. We do a good job of fielding ground balls and pretty accurate throwers, too.
Yes. And so now stepping in is the center fielder, Barger. Peyton Barger, number 20, ball outside. She walked in her last at bat.
We've got a great pitching staff. We've got 5 girls. We can throw it in.
I was going to say, he that's one thing he did down in Florida is he pitched winners a couple of games, and she performed well. He put Crabb out and started her the third game, and that would have been the first game against Southeastern. And she struggled a little bit, but she was still in the game. So, but it like you say, and each pitcher has a change of pace. There's something different about each one with the way they pitch. And a ball outside, so 2-1. In game number 2, unless he changes, we're going to see Brittany Adair, who no-hit the number 25 team in the country last Saturday.
And had double-digit strikeouts,
yes.
I believe.
I believe that she had 10, if I'm not mistaken. 12. Thank you, Tim. And fouled straight back, catches that top rail of the fence. Oh, I didn't hear Taylor. I don't have all the box scores in front of me, say. But that's what an SID is supposed to know, right?
Yeah. He knows everything.
He knows it all. And a called strike 3 on the outside corner. So Crawford picks up strikeout number 7 as, again, the Lady Tigers 3 up, 3 down, no runs, no hits, no errors. We'll be right back with more Lady Lions softball on the Freed-Hardeman University Sports Network.
Residential or commercial, you can rely on West 10 Fence for complete fencing services. We put over 50 years of experience to work for you building, mending, and maintaining fences and gates. From chain link and barbed wire to wooden, vinyl, ornamental iron, and beautiful wrought iron, whether you want a fence for beauty, privacy, or security, we've got you covered. Just call and ask for a free estimate.
And welcome back as we move to the bottom of the fourth. This game progressing very quickly, Coach. Don't forget, Game 2 will come up of this doubleheader. And I always say about 30 minutes after the conclusion of the first game, it's usually more like 45 minutes. Coach Humphrey wanted it to be about 20 minutes, but it just depends how long it takes to get the field in play. But let's mention a couple other things. On the agenda for tonight in Freed-Hardeman Athletics, the Lady Lion volleyball team, who Coach Humphrey is the head coach of, which he'll be going to take care of that match, take on Life University at 7.
A very good Life University.
Very good Life University.
They're experienced, and we're good. We have some youth, though.
Yes, and Hayes, who popped out to the second baseman in her first at bat, takes a ball, looks at her wristband for the call. As Brandcamp brings it, bunt laid down a little bit hard, going to be a 3-4 ground out is how that'll go down in the book for out number 1.
And a good idea, just like you said,
a little hard.
And
she the first baseman was playing back, but she pushed it just a little bit too far down the line, as now Morgan Crawford is going to step up to the plate. And we'll mention this, we'll encourage everyone to stay with us between games because we will be bringing, and Crawford smokes one to left field. That's her second hit of the day, as she's taken one up the middle, and then she takes that one and smokes it between the shortstop and third baseman. We will be having a player come up between games. The player, basically, they're going to try to figure out who's going to be the player of the game and send them up to interview us. As number 4, Caitlin actually is going to go in and be the pinch runner for Morgan Crawford.
And actually has the same last name of a minor leaguer that played out the ballpark. Remember Dustin?
Mm-hmm.
Good ball player, both of them are.
And I'm sure Crawford's going to re-enter the game after this inning.
Oh, yeah. And that speeds the game up and takes your pitcher
off.
They do the same thing for the catcher.
And Annalise Jarnigan steps up. Jarnigan fouls it straight back. She didn't hit the window, unlike somebody a couple of weeks ago. Annalise flew out to the left fielder on a sky-high pop-up.
And she wanted that last pitch, Ray.
Oh, yeah, she did. But it was just that was a good pitch by the pitcher, a good spot. It was just a little bit up in the zone, and she got just under it. And that there, it's going to drop, and Ashley is going to get there. Had a shot to get her at second, so back-to-back hits by the Lady Lions as Jarnigan singles on a little bloop single to center field. And so now Sam Morgan steps to the plate. Got to like that, Coach.
Oh, I love that. You couldn't have dropped the ball any better than that one.
Good right now. So out to the mound went the catcher, Chloe Sims.
And probably a good
Maddie Sims.
But they're talking about changing signals now.
Yeah, well, I mean, you called it a while ago early when you said that's with the center field camera. Just like we could do in a major league game or the minor league game, if you're watching, you can see that signal being given by the catcher. So they may be doing that.
And it's given early enough once you get used to what they're doing. See, now you see double signs.
And Morgan fouls that one straight back over into the Josh Riley soccer complex.
And there's all kinds of combinations you can use. Like it's the second signal I give on the second pitch, but it'll be the first signal I give on the third pitch. And there's other ways of combining them too.
And that time, Morgan trying to go to right field. She fouls that one off right in front of our camera down there on the first base side. You know, it's one thing that didn't get talked about a lot when I was playing back when I played, but every coach had an indicator.
Yes.
And
they still do.
And they still do if they're using hand signs. And the ball outside. Nowadays, more and more like the Lady Lions, they're wearing the arm pad with the number codes on them, so they kind of like you do in football.
And you'll see more of that in softball than you do in baseball.
Yes.
I think it's a good thing, too.
And the 1-2 fouled off again down the first base side. If you watch Sam Morgan here, watch how she drops the head of the bat down to that pitch to foul it off to the right side.
Does a good piece of hitting every time she comes to the plate. The pitcher's going to work a little bit.
1-2 the count. One out. Runners on first and second. Ashley at first. Jernigan at first. As the Lady Lions put the threat on here. Here's the pitch to Morgan. And she takes that one up and away, so count goes 2-2.
And, of course, Morgan from Creekwood High School, they not only play good softball, but they've been a basketball power in the past.
Freed-Hardeman has had several solid softball players from Creekwood through the years. And there's that one. She takes that inside pitch and fouls it off down the third base line.
There was a time when White House Heritage and Creekwood wound up in the region finals just about every year. That was in the early teens, like in 2013, 14, 15. They had some tremendous battles.
And 2-2. And it looks like the sun's trying to come back out a little bit. And Morgan this time strikes out swinging. After the first at bat, she struck out looking, and Allie Mitchell comes to the plate, shortstop for the Lady Lions. She grounded out in her first plate appearance, 5 to the third baseman.
And Allie from Mars Hill Bible School, a very good school.
Florence, Alabama, swing and a miss on a pitch down and in. Pickoff attempt to second, actually back in. And when you look at this Freed-Hardeman roster, you got kids from Kentucky, Alabama, and Tennessee for the most part.
Well,
you get a few from other places like Morgan Crawford. And a called strike takes the count 0-2. But for the most part, Coach Humphrey, he likes to use a lot of local or, closer talent. And there's plenty of softball talent in the state of Tennessee. And that's a ball down low.
And we do have some great programs, not just located like Nashville, because everybody up there's got their own pitching coach. You look around here in West Tennessee, Chester County's got a great program.
Yep.
And
Brandon Pippin does a great job.
David used to work with Southside a
yes.
little bit, and they had some great
And
teams.
There's a ball up high, 2-2. Of course, his daughter Conley played at Southside. Then she went to Union, and then after so long, she transferred here. And that's how David became involved with the Freed-Hardeman program, is when his daughter Conley transferred in from Union.
And he's a good one to have involved, too.
And that one fouled down the third base line. So 2-2, the count stays to Allie Mitchell. And I think Todd is very comfortable with David and our first-year assistant, Kaylin Graham, over there. He's very comfortable when he has to go to volleyball, leaving them in control. And the ball 3, so we're going to go full count. This is the first time we've seen this year.
And baseball would say there's fixing to be a merry-go-round. This will be a little slow.
It'll be a little bit slow.
Probably needs a park to juice it up a little bit.
But as soon as that ball reaches, like I said, as soon as that ball reaches the apex, they're going to be moving. There they go. And ball 4 outside. So the Tigers struggling just a little bit. and we're going to get a mound visit. Now that we got a mound visit, Coach, we can go to our fourth sport of the week.
Yes.
Since in the spring it's going to be challenging because you've got at least 5, 6, 7 sports going on. Taylor's going to be a busy guy.
Oh, yeah.
But the baseball team will open conference play tomorrow.
It's supposed to be a 3 o'clock start.
Weather permitting. First game at 3. Then they're going to play a second game, if I understand it correctly. Is that right?
Right. Going to play 2 tomorrow.
Try to play 2 tomorrow.
What we originally had on the schedule.
Okay. And then for the Lady Lions, they'll be back on field tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. and noon. And then baseball will be back Saturday for a single game, and I think that's a noon start.
It's a noon start. And, folks, remember the early start time tomorrow, and these games will be streamed.
Sure, they sure will. They will be streamed. Coach Joe and I will be here. There's a called strike inside on Britton Gerald.
Now, I've forgotten his name, the announcer that moved back up north, but at Pringles Park, now the ballpark of Jackson, he say the ducks are on the pond. And it's the guy that went back to Ohio.
That's the guy.
Ron Potesta.
That's the one, yes. And a ball low. That's the one Chris Harris gets. Chris Harris replaced him on the radio, didn't he, on their broadcast?
Yes, and, of course, Chris has gone on. Chris is just a hair from being in the major leagues.
Oh, yes. Well, he left Jackson and went to Biloxi with the startup team, and then he got an offer from the Braves that he just couldn't. And there, just a little pop to the pitcher. So that's the third out of the inning. So we're going to have no runs, 2 hits, no errors, and 3 left on base for the Lady Lions. We're going to come back with the top of the 5th right after this message on the Freed-Hardeman University Sports Network.
If you want to invest in cabinetry and need a locally owned and operated company you can trust, choose Kitchens by Design. In business since 2002, our locally owned and operated company has a track record of providing precision work. Serving both residential and commercial clients, we're your one-stop shop providing quality work for all types of projects, including kitchens, bathrooms, additions, new construction, and more. For more information on how we can service your needs, contact us today.
And welcome back as Crawford has re-entered the game. She'll resume her spot there in the circle. Working on a one-hitter, Coach, for Morgan Crawford, as the Lady Lions, of course, have 4 hits, but they've left 6 on base. They've had opportunity, just haven't been able to capitalize on the opportunities to score.
Absolutely. We left 3 runners on, and those left on base people, when you look at the stats at the end of the game, it hurts. Especially not just the players, but it hurts the coaches even worse.
So stepping to the plate for Georgetown will be the designated player, Annie Campbell. In her first at bat, she reached on a fielder's choice.
She plays infield when she's not being the designated player.
And ball that time up and in by Crawford.
Now, Ray, I probably would have thrown that pitch there anyway, because the batter was trying to gain a little advantage there at the plate. Now, watch her stance.
And she fouls that one off, 1-1 to count.
Yeah, didn't lean over quite as much as she did on the first pitch.
No. Well, if you remember, this is the young lady who, in her first at bat, she kind of squared the bunt and then she'd pull back. So Crawford's next pitch, down and in, ball 2, 2-1 our count. And down in the bullpen area for the Tigers, we see number 12 down there tossing. Lindsay Mitchell is tossing some pitches. And again, Crawford down and in. So we'll see what the strategy is for the Tigers, whether she will swap out and come in.
No, she's a pitcher, but she's also a utility player for them too.
Yes, and right now she is playing first base as
a
foul off. Yeah. So full count on Annie Campbell. Georgetown for the game is hitting .083. And ball 4 to Campbell. So she reaches base for the second time. And so now Kaylin Barnett comes to the plate, the third baseman for the Tigers. And looks like we're going to get this will be a pinch runner, number 4.
So both 4s have played.
Both 4s have played.
And now the number 4 has played for them.
The only difference is, well, let's get this pitch and then I'll do it. As attempted bunt there by Kaylin Barnett, and she bunts it foul. The only difference is in our sub and their sub. No, this is the designated player. Let me see. I got to think. I think once you pull your designated player, she's done. I know she's a starter, so she can re-enter once. And this time, Barnett fouls it off. 0-2 the count. And Crawford comes with the payoff. And going to be a stolen base for the pinch runner, number 4, Kylie West. Is the count. That was down in the dirt. Donovan didn't really have a good shot, Coach, to make a good throw on that one.
Actually made it a little closer than it probably should have been.
Yes. So 1-2 the count. And there's a pop-up. Is someone going to get there? Yeah. Oh, yes. Kennedy Harris with a great play. Didn't know if they were going to get there, so a fly out to right field for the first out. Hayes just kind of had to stick the glove out and hope, and it stayed. So that brings up the catcher, Maddie Sims, for the Tigers. Ball up.
Crawford's pace has slowed down a little bit,
yeah.
Ray.
And
it's late in the game.
We're over halfway through the game. And there's ball 2. She has not been behind hitters very often today.
She hasn't. And starting to get behind early. When she got behind, it was later in the count.
Yes. There's another pitch trying to work the inside corner. So it's 3-0. As I said earlier, Crawford comes into the game only having 5 base on balls. And so far today, she has walked 2. And there's a called strike.
Now, don't know the particular coaching style. This is a good place to drop a sacrifice bunt, get your runner to third.
It's really strange that you guys, I thought the exact same thing, but there's a foul back. I think he would prefer, though, to move the runner to third without having to give up an out, because that'd make 2 outs, and that makes your challenge getting them in, unless you have a pass ball or something, even more difficult. And done out, and I got Kaylin Barnett warming up down in their bullpen. She may just be throwing. She may be one of their number 2 pitchers or whichever. And there's a ground ball. That's going to be picked up by Allie Mitchell. Flips it over to Cassie Hayes for the second out. But the base runner does advance that 60 feet on a 6-3 ground out.
Error, pass ball, as you said, anything like that gets the runner home.
And now stepping in is the left fielder, Brooke Chick. And she waves at that one as it goes by. Coach, you're having trouble with your tablet there.
Well, with
it keeps
the
falling
with
down.
the Samsung one, I'll do a commercial for iPad. My iPad one was down and is charging over there. There'll be a change in the second game.
At the second game, you'll have it ready.
Yeah.
Okay. And a called strike. So now, and it's a snap throw to third, runner back.
I know you there is what the catcher was telling her.
That's exactly. So Crawford now ahead in the count 0-2 to the number 8 hitter, the left fielder, Chick for the Tigers. Let's see if Crawford can end the threat here for the Tigers, and that's just a hair low.
That must be that millimicron one. The coach, third base coach, was giving the runner some nice heat about getting too far down the line. And it was nice.
Yep. So Crawford 1-2. See what she brings to the plate. And she squelches the rally with a swing and a miss for the third out. So, again, no runs, no hits, no errors, and another one left on base. That makes 2 left on base for the Tigers. We're going to keep it here, Lawson. Is that all right with you? Or you need if you need to go to break, we'll go to break. I mean, it doesn't matter to me. But Coach Joe and I can always find something to talk
Lawson
about.
is the man.
Anyway.
No puns. No more. Anyway, that last pitch was almost unhittable. That's a pitch, I believe, Ted Williams had all these baseballs in there, and that pitch on the low knees like that, I think, is a 180 or a 190 chance of getting it.
And it wasn't much. And you're down. So Georgetown has not changed pitchers. They just had some warming up. And, boy, that was a quick between innings.
Yes.
This game has been moving rather quickly. I know my wife asked me what time I was going to be home. You know, I told her I'd probably be home 6:30 or 7, but I forgot about volleyball tonight.
Yeah, I'm going to go over and see a little of that. And you and I are going to do a volleyball.
We're going to
We're
going to do at least one volleyball game sometime in the spring when it's convenient that we can do. Of course, let's remind everybody what happened with NAIA. The athletic programs in the NAIA, you had soccer from the fall, volleyball from the fall, teams that field football teams from the fall, and Catherine Crabb lines it out into left center for a leadoff single for the Lady Lions. So Catherine Crabb, the center fielder, has walked and now has a single. It goes out here. Now, so you had golf too. Golf is played spring and fall and spring, but almost every sport that the NAIA does, except basketball and the winter sports, is being played in the spring. And now you can imagine what that's going to do to these SIDs.
They are going to earn their money. They'll be on overtime, but they don't get overtime.
They don't get overtime. Dave McCulley from Bethel said the same thing to me the other day. So it's 1-0 the count to Kennedy Harris, and now Harris pops it up. That may be nice play. That stayed up in the air just a little bit too long, Coach.
Yeah, and I think it was would be scored a foul ball put out.
You think it was that foul?
Yeah, the ball was over the line. Her glove was. She was splitting the line as she ran across it.
All right, I'll change. I'd put it down as an F9. I couldn't.
And I see our great baseball team working.
Yeah, they're working out over there now. Over there, yes. Sophie Donovan now at the plate. As off to the races was Crabb. She's going to advance. Just as good as a sacrifice on a 5-3 ground out from Barnett to Mitchell. So that's out number 2, but that does move Crabb up to second and brings up Cassie Hayes, the first baseman for the Lady Lions. Cassie so far today is 0 for 2. She's popped out to the second baseman and grounded out to the first baseman. And she's going to be hit by a pitch, Coach.
Well, we'll take that. That puts runners on first and second. Now here comes the young
and
lady
now,
that's 2 for 2.
Here comes Morgan Crawford, 2 for 2, 2 singles, and Georgetown's coach is going to go out, and he may make a change now.
Now, I'll have to compliment him on that. This is the right time to go out there. You got the hottest hitter in the ball game coming up there. She's strong. She can hit to all fields, and we better talk about it.
You know, Crawford comes in, and she was hitting – when she came in, she was hitting 400 through the first 4 games she had hit in. Now she's brought her average up to 4. And I just love DAC stats because when it comes to keeping your stats up to date, Crawford comes in now. She's raised her batting average 62 points by 2 hits so far today. So you're exactly right. A wise thing by the coach. So the Lady Lions, they do have 2 outs, but they got runners at first and second.
And I'm not going to give her anything to hit. I'm going to try to throw my best worst pitch. Now there's a weird term for you.
Excuse me. She's now hitting 533, so it hasn't updated on that last. So 533 Crawford is hitting as she takes ball 1 outside. Catcher tried to frame it up again nicely, but not able to get it in time. You can fool umpire every once in a while.
The catcher, from Lyon, did a good
Yes.
job of fooling the umpire several times
Yes.
that night.
And Crawford takes another one outside.
This becomes a hitter's count now.
Now I'm going to tell you something right here. She keeps working her outside. Crawford has plenty of room on the right side to drive one if she can get one lifted over the first baseman's head. And this time she's going to put it up in the air, and it's going to be a fly out to the right fielder. So that ends another thread as Freed Hardeman leaves 2 more on base as Crawford flies out to the right fielder. So through 5 innings, no score. We'll be right back with more Lady Lions softball on the Freed Hardeman University Sports Network.
The reason I chose Freed Hardeman was I came for orientation, and I felt welcomed and loved, and I've toured many nursing programs, and this was different. This one was something different to me, and it's been amazing, and I really enjoyed it, and it's something I'll always remember, and this is family to me. I also chose Freed Hardeman because of the 100% pass rate at Dixon. They've had a 100% pass rate for the last 3 years, and that finalized my decision to come to Freed Hardeman.
When you leave them late in the game, you were back.
Oh, I'm back. Okay, I'm on this one, and you're on this one. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, welcome back to Rayla Tucker Black Field. As Coach Joe and I, we're having some fun up here, and Coach was mentioned we've left 5 runners. Freed Hardeman has left 5 runners on base in the past 2 innings. That doesn't bode well for you when you continue to leave them on base like that.
And it really hurts when you have your team meeting and the stats and the kids want to get those runners home and stuff. And Ray's having fun with those buttons. I get to have fun with them during the basketball.
You know, I'm not used to doing that. It's something you got to. It's an art to doing it, and we are doing it here. As stepping up to the plate will be the second baseman, number 13, Cassie Rannells, a lefty. 0 for 1 so far in the game today as she grounded out to the shortstop, and she goes for that outside pitch, swings mightily but misses.
And I really think where the bat was, and then again it may have been the bat speed, she was trying to go to left field
Yes.
with that one.
Well, I mean, that's what you want to do is that pitch is outside. You want to go to the opposite side of the field.
Because if you pull that one, you're going to hit a weak ground ball or a pop-up.
And there it is, Sam Morgan. But she's about 5 steps in from the bag and snags the line drive. So that's going to be a line out to the third baseman for the first out. Again, so far for Georgetown, they have 1 hit. They're overall team batting average for this game, and actually for the whole season since this is their first game, is .067. And there's a foul out of play. That one's going to go over to the Josh Riley Soccer Complex. Hey, look over here. Lawson looks like he's kind of cold over here.
Oh,
That window, we got the window open in front of us, and that breeze blowing through. I put my pullover back on. Yeah.
Tough guy here.
Yeah, well, they don't make them like you much anymore, Coach. And there's a ball up high, so 1-1 our count.
As I get older, Ray, the temperature, I'm used to be able to go out and coach in shorts, T-shirt, and flip-flops in the snow and get the paper. I can't do that anymore.
You can't do that anymore?
No.
Well, but Carly Oliver up to the plate for the Tigers. She is the shortstop. And there's a called strike, so it takes the count to 1-2.
She has that open stance, picks the front foot up, and comes at the plate. Remember, a guy named Dick McAuliffe played for the Tigers that hit like that, but from the left side.
And there's another ground ball. That one's going to get under the glove of Allie Mitchell, the shortstop. So a single, only the second hit for Georgetown today, as that one goes there. So Georgetown, the last inning, had 2 runners on base. All right, no, they left a runner at third in that inning.
Yes.
Is now the lefty Clemish squares out, and she is called out because she fouled it off, but she stepped out of the batter's box. So that goes down as a 2 unassisted, Coach.
Yes, she was hit in fair territory.
In fair territory. That goes down as a 2 unassisted. A bunt, 2 unassisted. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
And I'm going to mention this in a minute, but I want to get to this batter as Mitchell comes to the plate, the first baseman, and Mitchell swing and a miss. That's Annie Mitchell. Lindsay Mitchell. I'm in a Facebook group, and I have told Taylor about it. It's SID scoring assistant.
Yes.
And that question came up from somebody over the weekend. How do you score that? And there's a ground ball picked up by Allie Mitchell over to first base for the 6-3 ground out. So that's out number 3 for the Tigers. They're going to leave another one on base, but they do pick up a hit, so they have 2 hits now. No errors committed by Freed-Hardeman. They leave 1 on base. That's 3. We'll be back with more Lady Lions softball on the Freed-Hardeman University Sports Network.
The reason why I pursued my BSN in nursing is because I wanted to give back to the community. I wanted to take back, I wanted to give care to all the patients that I had taken care of previously in the past. I wanted to gain more experience in education. Freed-Hardeman is local here in Dixon, Tennessee. I noticed that they had a 100% pass rate for the past 3 years, and I knew that Freed-Hardeman would be a great fit for me.
And welcome back. As I was between the innings, I was telling Coach on we scored that one where the batter, she fouled it off, but she stepped out of the batter's box, so she was ruled out. In one of the Facebook groups that I'm in is SID scoring assistance, where people can ask questions. And a lot of them are asking the questions to confirm what they thought. But that very question came up yesterday. And so that's how I knew quickly what to rule that.
And that's interesting.
Annalise Jarnigan's going to step in.
Catcher being the closest person, it's kind of like in basketball. Sometimes the closest person on one that kind of gets tipped in by the other, they get credit for it, but that would be the obvious call.
Yes. And first pitch to Jarnigan, it's outside. The beauty of this group is there are several guys who actually score professional baseball that are SIDs, and they score professional games out in different, whether it be single A, double A, or whatever. One of the guys is a called strike. One guy is the official scorer for the Tampa Bay Rays.
Wow.
So the insight you can learn from these folks, and I don't know, and I know you know Coach Mike Henson, but he was the official scorer for the Jackson Generals, and he was superb. And there is a long smash off the bottom of the wall for Jarnigan. She's churning for two. Let's see. She's going to go in with a stand-up double for Annalise Jarnigan. So, first extra base hit of the game. But Coach Mike Henson, well, he was the athletic director. I guess he basketball coach. He was the golf coach at Huntington High School for a long time. He was instrumental in helping get that turf field put in there at Huntington. But anyway, he used to score at the Generals, and we would bounce stuff off each other all the time up there. All of us in the press box, Roger Ogden and myself and Coach, we were all involved in different athletics. As that pitch up and in to Sam Morgan. Sam comes in 0 for 2 today, Coach, 2 strikeouts. Now
she's due.
She's due. She had 2 home runs on the trip to Florida. And she fouls that one off. So 1-1 to count. But, of course, Roger used to be the SID at Lane, and now he's the athletic director at Southwest Tennessee Community College in Memphis. Of course, Coach Henson doing a great job. And then you had Coach Henson, and then myself working with high school and Freed Hardeman.
Of course, Mike coached baseball.
And he did coach baseball at Lane for 2 years. Was helping Coach Ogden out. And I believe that's going to snow cone, and Jarnigan took off just she thought it was over her head. So a nice piece of defense by Barger out in center field to retire Sam Morgan as she caught up with that barely.
Just barely. And we're getting ever so close. But, almost only counts in horseshoes, hand grenades, and atomic
But if
bombs.
you noticed how much harder we're hitting the ball off this pitch, so the timing aspect of this is coming up.
This might be her last inning.
It may be. As that pitch is outside, and Allie Mitchell is at the plate. But, you had so many baseball-minded people that we would be able to discuss different things. Ball inside, so 2-0 to Allie. And it's wonderful that you have so many people and you become good friends with them. I mentioned Dave McCulley a while ago, the SID at Bethel. And a called strike looked a little bit outside, but a friendly call there.
Catcher helped that one a little bit too.
But Dave called me on Monday and wanted to know what I was doing Tuesday. And there's the that's going to be a gapper, and that's going to score Jarnigan as Mitchell is going to stand up with another double, so they swap spots. So the first run for Freed Hardeman and an RBI for Allie Mitchell, as I believe, Coach, that may have been her last one because the coach is out of the dugout over there.
It should be. He may leave her in there. Maybe he's got a lot of confidence. I thought she might make it through this inning.
That's it. She's done.
And really up to this point has pitched a good game, weakened here in the last couple of innings.
As it looks like Mitchell, the first baseman, is now going to go to the hill or to the circle. Oh, I caught myself.
Yep.
You
circle. We need a bail or a penalty. We have to put a nickel
in the box every time. And so number 32 is going to go to first base. That's going to be Claxon. So Claxon will now, let's see. You know what he's going to do right here. He's going to enter Claxon. Probably going to enter Claxon as the first baseman in place of the designated player and do away with his flex. So another smart roster move. I'm not confident of that, but I'm going to venture to say that's what he's going to do.
Most coaches make that move. Not all, but most
so
do.
We'll find that out next inning. But Dave called me on Monday and said, what are you doing Tuesday? And I said, well, we've got free basketball tomorrow night. He said, I was trying to get you to see if you wanted to come up to McKenzie and score and do our stats for our softball games. Evidently, the softball coach scheduled 2 games Tuesday, and they had baseball, then had basketball. So, and ball 1 to Britton Jarrell.
Well, I'm going to tell off on coaches sometimes, especially I spent a little time as a college assistant and learned they forget to tell the SID sometimes. I bet they've never forgotten to tell you, have they, Taylor?
But he was scrambling. But anyway, because of all of our connections with everybody, that we're also good friends with, Roger Ogden ended up being able to go and cover that. And I told Dave, I said, if I didn't have basketball tonight and I didn't have anything else, I said, for a fact that I would be here to help you out. And I've worked with Dave and his group. Of course, he has a pretty good staff in that sports information department, and we worked quite a bit together when the Rotary Classic, the NAIA Rotary Classic, we during Thanksgiving weekend would bring in top 10 teams, top 20 teams.
Oh, yeah, remember when Russ Davis was coming every year. Russ's health is a little better.
Yeah, it's good. I'm glad to hear that about Russ. We thought about him this year. 3-1 to count on Britton Jarrell. And there's just on the corner. That one probably was a little bit closer than most of them. So Britt works it to 3-2. Now, I got to say something. We can't pass this up. We waited this late. I want Britton to hit the ball to the outfield and not back here to us. But they have got the glass replaced already. Yeah, her dad's up here. He does the scoreboard, and she just laughed. She just laughed at me. I told her I was warming my pipes up, and I didn't need any broken glass today, and she just laughed. And she draws another base on balls. That's her second base on balls, Coach.
And she earned that one. She worked it hard. She fouled off what she had to. Want to say hey to Mo Grimes, former sports writer in Columbia, Tennessee. He knows Taylor. He's watching. He watches almost all of Freed Hardeman Sports Network broadcasts.
I'm glad that and I know we have quite a few people watching, and we appreciate it.
Yeah, if I get an alternate phone number, I'll give it out and let y'all text us during
we can get us an alternate number to text. We need to get one of them text lines. Yeah, we need to do that. And that can be done. And
we'd love to hear.
I looked up to get one of those the other day, and I didn't find one a service I liked. So back to the top of the order, Catherine Crabb is 1 for 2 with a base on balls, a single, and a strikeout today. Freed Hardeman leads now 1-0, and there is a strike at the very top of the strike zone, Coach.
It was right on where the dotted line where you decide to call. And our good friend Taylor Hodges down here was a sports writer in Columbia at the Daily Herald.
And there's a little soft grounder to the third baseman, and just in time.
If this was football, I'd be throwing my challenge.
You throw your challenge flag. That was it was close. So to be a 5-3 ground out. But as a scorer, you're kind of glad that she made the play, because if you're not, you probably score that as an error.
Yes, because of the juggle.
But it doesn't matter, because Kennedy Harris is going to double, and we're going to give Kennedy – I'm going to give her a double on that, because she never stopped moving, and she gets 2 RBIs. So that's the third double of the inning to extend the Freed Hardeman lead to 3-0. But you had mentioned about people watching. We never know.
No, we don't.
We
and that's
never.
We need us to text line.
We never know who's watching. I know I share the link now on my page on Facebook. I share it in a couple of groups that I'm in, and a called strike now on Sophie Donovan, who is 0 for 3 today. She's lined out to the second baseman, grounded out to the shortstop, and to the third baseman. Hitting 182 on the season, and ball outside.
does a great job as a catcher.
And you value her maybe more as a catcher than you do one who is hitting. But she is a great hitter too, by the way. And there's a changeup.
And she will hit even better as the season rolls along. Now, catching sometimes, especially when what little I caught, when I caught in cold weather, it took a little out of me, and I didn't hit as well till it warmed up.
Well, you know, she's 7 for 23 so far on the season. As that one sails foul, 2-2 the count. Sophie comes in with 7 total hits on the season, one of them being a triple.
Of course, she likes going to the river, too. You know, her family time and the things she does, a good girl.
And she's going to – oh, look what I got. That is a line out to the left fielder for the third out, but – Freed Hardeman does strike, 3 runs on 3 hits, no errors, 1 left on base, so that makes 9. So 3-0 is our score. We'll be back with the top of the 7th. The Lady Lions just 3 outs away from win number 7 on the season. We'll be back with more on the Freed Hardeman University Sports Network.
The reason I chose Freed Hardeman is because I'm a mother of 2, and I live here locally here in Dixon, and 2 years ago I decided that I wanted to be a nurse. So Freed Hardeman had just opened up, and I was ready for the opportunity and jumped on it, and I knew I needed to stay home, still be a mom, and yet I wanted to pursue my dream as being a nurse.
Welcome back to Freed Hardeman University. The Lady Lions coach just 3 outs away from a win, game number 1 here today against the Tigers of Georgetown. Be the first conference win. And Crawford, so far on the day, Morgan Crawford has given up no runs on 2 hits. Let's drop down here. She's got 2 walks and 8 strikeouts. If I read my DAC stats right.
I believe you are right.
Okay.
Actually, it's a great effort.
Yes, it's
enough said right there.
Enough said. So stepping up is going to be the number 4 hitter in the Tiger lineup. And it's going to be Klimish. No,
you got a pinch hitter here, I believe.
That's
no, she's the 4th hitter.
4th hitter, number 4.
Beggar,
yeah. B-E. It's spelled B-E, but I think it's Bager is how they pronounced it.
A sophomore outfielder.
She's 0 for 1 with a walk today as she takes ball 1. Yeah, she's the center fielder for this Tiger team. And so – Taylor, they left, if you haven't noticed, Campbell, there's a nice drive to center field, but Catherine Crabb closes the ground. Nice play by Catherine Crabb in center field to record the first out of the inning.
And if any of y'all had any doubt she was going to get there, shame on you.
Oh, she's got speed.
Yes, she's got there in good fashion.
And so now the designated player, Annie Campbell, she does return. And a strike called.
Ray, correct me if I'm wrong. This is her 1 return.
This is her 1 return. Oh,
I love it.
What a pitch that was,
yes.
Coach. That was a changeup on the outside half of the plate that froze Campbell. So it's 0-2. And so far today, Campbell's hit into fielder's choice, and then she worked herself into a walk. And waves at that one, so strikeout number – is that number 9? Number 10.
Let me check my
I've already lost.
Should be number 9.
Should be number 9, as now the third baseman, Kaylin Barnett, steps in down to the last out, and a swing and a miss. Nice pitch by Crawford, cutting across the front edge of the plate, working it in on those hands.
And right now, Megan's getting a little adrenaline. And
oh, yeah.
Don't forget, folks, we'll have the player of the game or a player sent up here.
We will. And same pitch. That time Barnett lays off of it. And line right back up the middle to Morgan Crawford for the third out. And that is a fitting way for this game to end.
You read my mind.
Crawford has dominated the game in the circle, and she makes that last out. Coach, we think too much alike.
We do. It's so much fun working with Ray here. Guess what we get to see between games? David Wade.
Oh, we're going to get to watch David Wade drag the infield.
Yes.
Okay. So for Georgetown, they're going to end up the day with no runs, 2 hits. There were no errors. They left 3 on base. For the Lady Lions, they're going to end up with 3 runs on 8 hits, no errors, and if I calculate correctly, they left 9 on base, Coach.
I believe you did, and I believe your guest is going to be Morgan Crawford.
Morgan and I will have a ball. Is she already on her way up here?
Yes, the pride of Rossville, Georgia, and Ridgeland High School.
Let's get a quick break, and then we'll come back and we'll have our player of the game. We'll be back with more on the Freed-Hardeman University Sports Network.
My name is Clay Leonard. I preach for the Church of Christ in Paris, Kentucky, and I'm a student in the Graduate School of Theology at Freed-Hardeman. I think the quality of scholarship at Freed-Hardeman, as well as the camaraderie that is shared between the students and the professors, sets Freed-Hardeman apart. I'm already using my degree in so many ways as I preach, and I hope that it will continue to challenge me to be the best student that I can and the best preacher that I can.
Chase Animal Hospital is a full-service veterinary hospital which performs well and sick patient exams, hospitalization, surgery, boarding, doggy daycare, and grooming. We are located in Huntsville, Alabama, the Rocket City. We can take care of all dogs and cats as well as some livestock animals. Our current veterinarians on staff are Kevin Crabb, Zach Knight, Elizabeth Harville, and Wesley Clendenin. Visit our website at chaseanimalhospital.com or check us out on Facebook. We look forward to taking care of all your pet's needs.
And welcome back to the Freed-Hardeman University Sports Network. I'm Ray Pack, sitting with our – and we're going to call you the player of the game. We're going to get an interview after every game with a player. May not be the same one all the time. But Morgan Crawford, what a game you pitched. You ended up with 9 strikeouts. You walked a couple, which is unusual for you. But I'm just going to ask you, how's it feel to come back and get that first conference win over a team that is generally receiving votes? It's a good team.
It feels really good just to know we got that that jump start in the conference. It's a really good feeling.
Okay. 2 hits. You gave up 2 hits. Now, I'm going to go back over here. There were 2 innings where maybe 1 inning. You kind of had a little bit of a struggle, but your defense and then your pitching in the second, you walked, and then the fielder's choice, and you had 2 strikeouts at the end of the inning. That's unusual for you to give up walks.
Yeah.
You're usually a location pitcher.
Mm-hmm.
Notice your changeup worked real well today.
Oh, yes. That was your I think that was your go-to pitch. You used your fastball and your changeup 90% of the time today.
Yes. I think you threw a few other pitches, but
yes.
But anyway, Morgan, what did Coach have to say after the game?
Coach just had to say, that it was a good team effort. We had some good hits, but hit it at people, but coming in those last 2 innings and getting the hits we need.
But when you go back and you look at those last 2 innings, the 5th you had, beginning in the 4th, and as a pitcher, you had a base single, and then you had a walk. You had opportunities to leave 3 on base. Bases loaded that inning. As a pitcher, does that deflate you, or does it, when that happens, does it make you more determined to go out and pitch harder?
It makes me more determined to go out and pitch harder because I know that we're a good hitting ball team, and I know that my team's going to put some runs on the board, so I just have to trust them and know they're going to do it.
All right, and then in the 5th inning, you had a leadoff single in 2 outs. Then you get Cassie gets hit by a pitch that leaves 2 on base. Now you got first and second. Same thing, didn't score any runs. Opportunity there. I'm sure that motivated you again.
Oh, yeah.
And then you come to the 6th inning where Annalise came up, doubled to, what a shot to left center. Then Sam flies out. Then Allie doubles, change places. Britton Gerald, the queen of the walks. The girl's got 9 walks now so far on the season. She walks, and then she scores on the double. Her and Allie score on the double by Kennedy. That's what your team can do.
Absolutely.
So you just go out, do your job, and when everybody does theirs, everything works out.
Absolutely.
So, all right, Morgan, anything you want to say to those? Your mom and dad able to watch today? Are they watching?
I think they are.
Or are they going to watch later?
I think they're watching right now.
Okay, well, tell them hello and.
Hey, Mom. Hey, Dad. Hey, Grandma and Poppy.
Okay. All right. All right. Morgan Crawford, our Lady Lion player of the game in our first game of our conference opener here at Freed-Hardeman. We're going to take a break, and we'll be back. Paul, how long are you going to take here? About 10 minutes? Or are you going to? Well, it'll probably be about 15, 20 minutes. So Coach and I will be back. We'll be back in probably 10 to 15 minutes or so. All right? All right. Thanks for tuning in to Lady Lion Softball on the Freed-Hardeman University Sports Network.
Residential or commercial, you can rely on West 10 Fence for complete fencing services. We put over 50 years of experience to work for you building, mending, and maintaining fences and gates. From chain link and barbed wire to wooden, vinyl, ornamental iron, and beautiful wrought iron, whether you want a fence for beauty, privacy, or security, we've got you covered. Just call and ask for a free estimate.
If you want to invest in cabinetry and need a locally owned and operated company you can trust, choose Kitchens by Design. In business since 2002, our locally owned and operated company has a track record of providing precision work. Serving both residential and commercial clients, we're your one-stop shop providing quality work for all types of projects, including kitchens, bathrooms, additions, new construction, and more. For more information on how we can service your needs, contact us today.
What makes the College of Biblical Studies at Freed-Hardeman University so great? Come take a look.
For me, it's 150 years of commitment to biblical truth. FHU's been around a long time and has a reputation for being rooted and grounded in the words of Christ.
For me, it's the relationships I've built with faculty and the wisdom that I've gained from their experience. Dr. Cook was a missionary in Cusco, Peru, and now he serves as a minister at our local church.
For me, it was the relationships I formed here that propelled us into cross-cultural mission work. But now it's the opportunity every day to engage with students and talk about the complexities of sharing the good news of Jesus in our multicultural world.
Hey, we just got done with a class with a guest speaker, FHU alumni Kyle Black. Come on in and meet him.
Freed-Hardeman. You know, it provided me with an outstanding, very solid academic and biblical education that has helped me stand up for my faith in an increasingly secular world that has tried to destroy it. Not to mention, it plugged me into a Christian community that has lasted far beyond the years that I was just at Freed. In fact, some of my very closest friends are people that I met while I was at Freed, and best and most exciting, I met my wife while I was at Freed-Hardeman, and we have been married for 21 years. And we continue to grow closer to each other as we're growing closer to our Creator.
For me, it's the Freed-Hardeman family. I know that my professors care about me, and I love being part of a campus community that is so spiritually alive and tightly connected. I also want to continue my education and hopefully teach at the college level someday. And I know that the College of Biblical Studies curriculum will help prepare me for graduate level studies that follow my bachelor's degree.
For me, it's the experiences outside of the classroom. I've had the opportunity to intern with 3 wonderful churches and help coordinate 3 summers of summer camps, mission trips, and Bible classes, all preparing me for my future career in youth ministry.
I interned at the West End Church of Christ in Knoxville, Tennessee this summer, and they're here today for a visit.
I chose Freed-Hardeman because even though it's a 5-hour trip across the state, it still feels like home every time we come to visit. And I encourage my students in the youth group to choose Freed-Hardeman also for the very same reasons, for the relationships and the people.
What is it for you?
We welcome you to Freed-Hardeman College. It is the purpose of our college to provide for the fourfold development of our youth: the spiritual, the intellectual, the social, and the physical. We strive to teach our students how to live and how to make a living.
Thank you for helping celebrate a story 150 years in the making. A story that's been written by thousands of individuals during different seasons of their lives. A story of faith, scholarship, service, achievements, and lifelong friendships, all for God's glory. As they have for decades, prospective students dream about joining the FHU family to create a future centered on His glory. In the early 1900s, students such as Clifford Paul Rowland came by train to Henderson. It took him all day to make the 36-mile trip to his college home. When he got off the train on Front Street, he walked to a boarding house, where one of his tasks was building the early morning fire. C.P. Rowland completed his education and gave his life to this institution through his work. This fall, another of his great-grandsons enrolled as a freshman. Today, current students gather in Henderson, Memphis, and Dixon to develop their gifts for His glory. They share those gifts with others. They raise funds for families in need, share time with senior citizens and children, travel on mission trips, entertain with music and theater, and inspire through their art. Using their minds for His glory, students receive a diverse education from expert faculty. Whether studying online, gleaning wisdom from alumni like John and Rosemary Brown, or making memories while learning and applying skills around the world, students begin a career or enter graduate school with competence. As student athletes challenge themselves in the classroom and in regional and national competitions, they use their strength for His glory. Competition, yes. Victories, always the goal. Championships, they've won their share. Above all, their examples of character, dedication, and service reflect His glory. Influencing students' families, careers, lives, and eternity, Freed-Hardeman faculty and staff have a rich history of using their mission for His glory. While they provide expertise in their designated fields, they also see their work as a higher calling. And for 150 years, they have served their students as mentors, encouragers, and friends for life. Entrepreneurs, educators, medical professionals, ministers, social workers, dreamers, and creators. Whatever career they follow, Freed-Hardeman alumni make the world better, serving church, family, and global neighbors. The support, selflessness, and love that Freed-Hardeman friends share for life has been treasured since the school's beginning. Their service is for His glory. Regardless of other roles you have played in the FHU family, tonight you are using your legacy to reflect His glory. Because of your generosity, students become part of the Freed-Hardeman family. Buildings are restored, new programs are established, and lives are impacted for eternity. Thank you. Thank you for being part of this 150-year story. Thank you for reflecting His glory.
To give Him glory and honor, praise now and evermore. May His peace and benedictions rest upon you richly.
Freed-Hardeman University, for His glory.
Hello, I'm Sharon Cypress, Dean of the College of Education and Behavioral Sciences at Freed-Hardeman University. At FHU, we offer you the opportunity to earn graduate degrees through programs that are convenient, flexible, and affordable. If you want to gain additional certifications to grow your career or advance into leadership positions, give FHU a closer look. Listen to what our graduates have to say about their FHU experience.
The reason I chose Freed-Hardeman is because I wanted a program that was going to be very hands-on and a program that I felt was going to give me the content knowledge that I needed to actually become an administrator once I was completed with the program.
23 years ago, I got my master's at Freed-Hardeman University, and the programs, the schools where I have worked, have specifically been impressed with how strong the Freed-Hardeman program is, and how that has helped me in getting several different positions through the years. And so when it got time to come back and get my doctorate, there was really no other choice.
I just developed a great rapport with the professors and all the instructors, and they just really had a personal interest in your education there, and it was small-knit, like a family, like being at home. So that's just why I chose FHU.
What sets Freed-Hardeman's program apart and the Masters of Arts in Teaching is that we have professors who are available on a one-on-one basis at any time. It is an online program, so it gives the flexibility for people like me who is currently teaching in the classroom to continue teaching while also pursuing my education. And it's in a Christian environment where I know that not only do my teachers have my educational goals, but they also have the heart of Christ and making sure they're representing Christian values in education as role models.
Learn more about FHU's regionally and nationally accredited programs by visiting our website. Or, better yet, visit us in Henderson or Memphis and meet our caring, fully credentialed, and classroom-tested faculty. We wish you all the best in your educational endeavors.
Chase Animal Hospital is a full-service veterinary hospital which performs well and sick patient exams, hospitalization, surgery, boarding, doggy daycare, and grooming. We are located in Huntsville, Alabama, the Rocket City. We can take care of all dogs and cats as well as some livestock animals. Our current veterinarians on staff are Kevin Crabb, Zach Knight, Elizabeth Harville, and Wesley Clendenin. Visit our website at chaseanimalhospital.com or check us out on Facebook. We look forward to taking care of all your pet's needs.
Hello, I'm Sharon Cypress, Dean of the College of Education and Behavioral Sciences at Freed-Hardeman University. At FHU, we offer you the opportunity to earn graduate degrees through programs that are convenient, flexible, and affordable. If you want to gain additional certifications to grow your career or advance into leadership positions, give FHU a closer look. Listen to what our graduates have to say about their FHU experience.
The reason I chose Freed-Hardeman is because I wanted a program that was going to be very hands-on and a program that I felt was going to give me the content knowledge that I needed to actually become an administrator once I was completed with the program.
23 years ago, I got my master's at Freed-Hardeman University, and the programs, the schools where I have worked, have specifically been impressed with how strong the Freed-Hardeman program is, and that has helped me in getting several different positions through the years. And so when it got time to come back and get my doctorate, there was really no other choice.
I just developed a great rapport with the professors and all the instructors, and they just really had a personal interest in your education there. And it was small knit, like a family, like being at home. So that's why I chose FHU.
What sets Freed-Hardeman's program apart and the Masters of Arts in Teaching is that we have professors who are available on a one-on-one basis at any time. It is an online program, so it gives the flexibility for people like me who is currently teaching in the classroom to continue teaching while also pursuing my education. And it's in a Christian environment where I know that not only do my teachers have my educational goals, but they also have the heart of Christ and making sure they're representing Christian values in education as role models.
Learn more about FHU's regionally and nationally accredited programs by visiting our website. Or, better yet, visit us in Henderson or Memphis and meet our caring, fully credentialed, and classroom-tested faculty. We wish you all the best in your educational endeavors.
Residential or commercial, you can rely on West 10 Fence for complete fencing services. We put over 50 years of experience to work for you building, mending, and maintaining fences and gates. From chain link and barbed wire to wooden, vinyl, ornamental iron, and beautiful wrought iron, whether you want a fence for beauty, privacy, or security, we've got you covered. Just call and ask for a free estimate.
Hello, I'm Sharon Cypress, Dean of the College of Education and Behavioral Sciences at Freed-Hardeman University. At FHU, we offer you the opportunity to earn graduate degrees through programs that are convenient, flexible, and affordable. If you want to gain additional certifications to grow your career or advance into leadership positions, give FHU a closer look. Listen to what our graduates have to say about their FHU experience.
The reason I chose Freed-Hardeman is because I wanted a program that was going to be very hands-on and a program that I felt was going to give me the content knowledge that I needed to actually become an administrator once I was completed with the program.
23 years ago, I got my master's at Freed-Hardeman University, and the schools where I have worked have specifically been impressed with how strong the Freed-Hardeman program is, and that has helped me in getting several different positions through the years. And so when it got time to come back and get my doctorate, there was really no other choice.
I just developed a great rapport with the professors and all the instructors, and they just really had a personal interest in your education there. And it was small knit, like a family, like being at home. So that's why I chose FHU.
What sets Freed-Hardeman's program apart and the Masters of Arts in Teaching is that we have professors who are available on a one-on-one basis at any time. It is an online program, so it gives the flexibility for people like me who is currently teaching in the classroom to continue teaching while also pursuing my education. And it's in a Christian environment where I know that not only do my teachers have my educational goals, but they also have the heart of Christ and making sure they're representing Christian values in education as role models.
Learn more about FHU's regionally and nationally accredited programs by visiting our website. Or, better yet, visit us in Henderson or Memphis and meet our caring, fully credentialed, and classroom-tested faculty. We wish you all the best in your educational endeavors.
If you want to invest in cabinetry and need a locally owned and operated company you can trust, choose Kitchens by Design. In business since 2002, our locally owned and operated company has a track record of providing precision work. Serving both residential and commercial clients, we're your one-stop shop providing quality work for all types of projects, including kitchens, bathrooms, additions, new construction, and more. For more information on how we can service your needs, contact us today.
The reason I chose Freed-Hardeman was I came for orientation and I felt welcomed and loved, and I've toured many nursing programs, and this was different. This one was something different to me, and it's been amazing, and I really enjoyed it, and it's something I'll always remember, and this is family to me. I also chose Freed-Hardeman because of the 100% pass rate at Dixon. They've had a 100% pass rate for the last 3 years, and that finalized my decision to come to Freed-Hardeman.
The reason why I pursued my BSN in nursing is because I wanted to give back to the community. I wanted to take back, I wanted to give care to all the patients that I had taken care of previously in the past. I wanted to gain more experience and education. Freed-Hardeman is local here in Dixon, Tennessee. I noticed that they had a 100% pass rate for the past 3 years, and I knew that Freed-Hardeman would be a great fit for me.
And welcome back to Rayla Taylor Blackfield on the campus of Freed-Hardeman University. I'm Ray Pack and Coach Joe Holloway. As you see the umpires meeting at home plate as we get ready to begin game number 2. Coach, a good way for Freed-Hardeman to start conference play with a 3-0 win. A dominating pitching performance by Morgan Crawford today in the first game.
And deuces or doubles, whatever you want to say, were the name of the game. 3
doubles in the bottom of the 6th, where Freed-Hardeman scores those 3 runs to get the victory. Now, I will say, still waiting on Georgetown's lineup for the second game, but in game number 2, we're going to see our transfer from the University of North Alabama from Columbia Academy in Columbia, Tennessee, Brittany Adair in the circle. So it's going to be a very interesting game as Brittany, coming off of a no-hit performance against number 25. Now in my mind, this lives it. It's either Weber or Warner. Was it Weber or Warner? She no hit. Warner. Number 25, Warner. Brittany Adair. She no-hit them last Saturday in Florida on a 6-game road trip. So we're looking forward to seeing what Brittany can do. As Mr. Hodges now has Georgetown's lineup. And it won't be a real big issue for me because I have the lineup cards from the first game. I can just tell us who's walking up to the plate, Coach, and based on the sheet that I have. So it's not a real big deal. You just have to have that lineup in the press box so that they can get everything synced in to the DAC stats page. And I'm going to close that. I guess I better open up a new game. What do you think, Coach?
It is time. It is ready to open up.
Does he have it open up?
I just
you just opened it. All right, let me get to it. Schedule. Let's see here. Here it is right there. And that'll refresh here in a minute as Taylor and Jeremy over there. Jeremy Wright, our official scorer. Taylor Hodges, the SIDs, getting all of his PA stuff and done. Hey, you know, I know maybe the fans can't hear it, but we've had some really good pregame music and between-game music.
I'm waiting for my Beach Boys, though.
Well, now, I think Paul can correct. Didn't we hear a little Beach Boys in that in the pregame music? Didn't Coach David Wade? He had his playlist up here. I think he had a little bit.
Well,
it was just really good. It was just really good music.
I must have missed. I had to go downstairs and met some fine people. And
well, what else is new?
A lot of people meet. They watch our YouTube broadcast, and it'll be in high def on YouTube. This one is great pictures, but it'll be even better on YouTube.
Okay, that's.
I'm talking about it will be in super high
And,
def.
and that YouTube page is Worthy Roads Studios.
Yes,
Facebook
Worthy Road
page.
Studios.
And with Worthy Roads, with that Worthy Roads page, Paul does a great job with all that. As shortstop number 10, Carly Oliver, will be leading off.
Go ahead, Ray. I'm going to
All right.
take a snapshot of it.
As Brittany Adair, you notice she has the face mask on, Coach. One of few players that we see in this picture. It's a very important thing. And first pitch from Adair, going to be a ball down and in.
And, of course, we've seen her pitch once before, and she has her motion even throws some batters off.
And there's a strike. Like this umpire behind the plate, she's quick with that hand. Coach and I talk about that a lot. Sometimes you got to wait for a while before they throw it up there. So it's 1-1 count. And a ground ball fielded by Allie Mitchell over to Cassie Hayes for a 6-3 ground out for the first out of the game. And so stepping to the plate, number 2, the right fielder, Kristen Klemish. She's the lefty slap hitter, Coach. Let's see how she can handle Adair's pitching. And Brittany, boy, it looked like kind of a screwball right there. Just came up and the ball just rotated away. Swing and a miss.
I think all her pitches, even a straight fastball, has good movement.
She just throws those hips around before she delivers and then gets them square to the plate. And a hard ground ball to Annalise Jarnigan. So a 4-3 ground out as out number 2. Now stepped into the plate the first baseman, number 12, Lindsay Mitchell.
Mitchell also came on in relief in the last game.
And a swing. Yes, she did, Coach.
Good pitch. That's old number 1 right there.
Old number 1. Looks like pitching this game is going to be number 32, Sarah Claxon, for the Tigers. And Adair's next pitch is down and in. She likes to work that inside part of the plate, 1-1 to count. And that one's up and away. So 2-1 to count.
Well, just threw that one by her.
Just blew it by her.
Yeah. As Rick Vaughn would say, the Terminator.
Yeah, and so 2-2-2, Deuce is wild. And that one's fouled back. Too bad we don't have a bell up here.
I was going to say,
you was fixing to talk about it, weren't you?
Well, I have one at home, and I walked off and left it. And we always had fun out at the ballpark in Jacksonville.
Always had fun. Is the 2-2 is another one fouled away. So a total of 10 pitches thrown so far by Adair. 7 of them have been strikes.
And really and truly, Adair wants to get her on this pitch.
Yes. Down and in, so works it full.
Takes away some of your options. You can stand there. Adair's a good enough pitcher. She can still be challenging. But you're also slowly running up your pitch count, too. If you can get out with just 10 pitches an inning, that's wonderful.
And there's the payoff, and that one's going to be hit in the gap. It's going to be rolled to the fence, picked up by Gerald. Gerald gets it in, hits the cut, Mitchell. And so a stand-up double for Lindsay Mitchell. So the no-hitter, now the pressure's off. Pressure's off for your pitcher. You know, she's coming off of a no-hitter. Now the pressure's off, and she can just sit back now and relax as the center fielder, Baker, comes to the plate.
And, of course, on that last one, a 3-2 count, the odds go back to the hitter.
Yes. And must have been down in the zone.
I'm not sure we're going to get the low strike in this
because
game.
that was a nice pitch. It split the center of the plate.
And as an old pitcher, that makes it tough on you.
And that's up and away, so 2-0. And the next pitch. Swing and a miss.
Good rise ball.
Yes, come back strong with that one right there. 2-1.
Brittany, a very good competitor. I mean, you can see it on her face that she likes competing.
And she's shaking Sophie off on a couple of those. And the ball up high. Really, you don't want to walk anybody here. Although it does put your defense to advantage, gives you an any base situation, but.
And you got a good defense behind you, too. Oh, yes.
She got that corner that time. So full count again.
Not having seen her pitch enough to know whether she's going to come back with, well, we'll see. A whole set of signals because runners at second.
She came back up with that rise ball.
Yeah, rise ball.
Strikeout swinging. So that'll be the third out of the inning. Georgetown gets a hit, leaves one on base, does not score any runs. So we'll be back with the bottom of the first. And after these messages on the Freed-Hardeman University Sports Network.
Chase Animal Hospital is a full-service veterinary hospital which performs well and sick patient exams, hospitalization, surgery, boarding, doggy daycare, and grooming. We are located in Huntsville, Alabama, the Rocket City. We can take care of all dogs and cats as well as some livestock animals. Our current veterinarians on staff are Kevin Crabb, Zach Knight, Elizabeth Harville, and Wesley Clendenin. Visit our website at chaseanimalhospital.com or check us out on Facebook. We look forward to taking care of all your pet's needs.
And welcome back. Ray Pack and Coach Joe
or
Holloway
commercial,
here.
You can rely on West.
I guess nobody calls you Joe anymore. They just call you Coach Joe.
Coach Joe. Matter of fact, a lot of people don't even know my last name anymore. The credit union even suggested I change my signature on my checks to Coach Joe.
Now that's that you've just gone by that for so long.
Yeah, and on radio, and my mic is turned on me a little bit. I'm glad that
somebody wanted to reach up there. I mean, I could hear you, but
yeah, Paul's lucky in my martial arts training. The right hand started to fly back that way. That's the reason I could feel him coming. Paul needs to practice the art of invisibility.
Well. Don't forget who writes your check now.
Oh, that's right. I can't break his hand. I can't. No. Teasing with him. Paul's one of my best friends that I've got. He's a jewel, and there will never be another Paul Schulte. He can do four things at the same time.
Well, you know, tomorrow, if the weather holds, and I'm using the word if, I think we're going to be in a area where it could be questionable. But we got softball in the morning at 10 and 12. And then there's supposed to be a doubleheader of baseball at 3 and whenever. We don't know how long. Baseball takes longer than softball. But Paul's going to work miracles tomorrow because he's going to have hands at the softball field and hands just across the way over at Carnes Field.
Right, and I think our good friend Lawson, the man, will be back with us. That's what he is. He's the man now.
Our producer and director, Lawson Mann, and Coach Joe adds the in there as Catherine Crabb steps up, takes the ball inside. Now here's where we want to see this umpire see, and this is a female umpire. This is the same one we had the first series, Coach.
Yeah, let's check and see if her strike zone is consistent.
That's all you want.
Yeah.
And just caught the edge, just caught the corner. And the ball up and away, so 2-1 our count on Crab.
Yeah, catcher tried to help that one.
And
now there's
umpires. Well, now the umpire, third base umpire, we have a 3-man crew, which is unusual. This, of course, the Mid-South Conference may require a 3-man crew. Most of the time it's a 2-man crew.
It is.
Well,
I think your conference games may have to have 3. You can use 2 in the
non-conference. So there was a question about something. Off the pitching rubber. And another ball up high.
Actually, her foot that last time may have lost contact before it's supposed to.
And you know, you somebody says, well, that doesn't make a lot of. That's not making going to make a lot of difference. But if that foot comes off, you don't get the push off that you need. Plus, it's going to automatically be.
Well, the slingshotters get a big advantage out
Yes.
of that. Those slingshotters could sometimes release the ball from 39 feet away. And the rubber's, 43 something?
43.6, maybe?
Yeah, 43 something like that. And I have seen slingshotters get the hop that they get, and the ball was released at 39 feet.
Monica Abbott was a master at deceiving people with that little crow hop. Okay?
Yep, absolutely.
And Crab hit the ground ball to third base. So that's Barnett to Mitchell, retired 5-3. That's the Crows the first out. So now Kennedy Harris, the right fielder, comes up.
She had a big hit in that first game. Boy, that's a great shot of the circle. And, folks, you can learn a lot and see a lot of the things pitchers do, their release points.
And in the first game, Kennedy was 2 for 4. Had 2 RBI. She had that big double to drive in 2 runs. And really those were the insurance runs in the first game. As she takes now ball 2. And in the way that when you watch that center field camera, as we're looking at the monitor here, just watch the pitcher's right foot. It's her right foot. She starts behind, and there's going to be another double down the line for Kennedy. Yes, it is.
And it's a stand-up
That's
double.
a definite stand-up double. As she took it down the line.
Now back to the lady line. The catcher, number 7, Sophie Donovan. Still on 3.
I'm gonna get back to my webcast of this game.
Kennedy very pleased with her
Yes.
hit.
Oh, yes.
And I don't blame her. I would be too if I got hold of one like that.
And so now Sophie Donovan steps in, the catcher for the Lady Lions, and that ball's in the dirt. And a nice scoop there by the catcher Sims for Georgetown. Kept that ball from getting back and keeping Harris at second base.
And that's a senior catcher with a lot of experience, and she does a very good job.
And pitch outside, so 2-0. Now you're back to the hitters count here. Sophie can be selective.
Pick your pitch and jump on it. And if you're fooled, you don't have to pull the trigger. That's the good thing.
And ball 3, that another one down. Nice catcher block right there. You know, it statting and stuff at the Generals ballpark.
Yeah, I
enjoyed that catcher block is a big time statistic.
Yeah. Oh yes, Dave Wade's signal very colorful.
And taking all the way was Donovan for strike 1. Donovan hitting 174 so far on the season.
Jackson Christian School standout. Interesting take sign a minute ago.
Oh, and a 1-6-3 advances the runner to third. Someone may be saying, Ray, why did you call that a 1-6-3? It's a 1-6-3 because the ball deflected off of the pitcher. and every player that touches the ball, whether it's with a glove or not, is given an assist.
That's right, and the coach comes out and checks on. It's kind of like I'm going for a fly ball and it hits the tip of my glove, but you catch it, I get an assist.
And I
you
get to put it out.
Yeah.
Right.
But folks are going to learn a lot. We'll have scoring.
You know, we may have people that are watching for the first time and don't understand things, and that's part of what giving the pitcher a chance to throw a couple of pitches of warm. That went pretty solid off of her shin.
Yeah, it did. She's smiling. I think she's okay. If it doesn't hit her, it's through. There's no chance
exactly
the middle infielders get that.
And
one.
that's a scores a run probably.
Yes.
So Cassie Hayes steps in. Cassie comes in hitting .391, 1 RBI, no home runs.
And, of course, the Franklin High School former player says softball is her life.
Yeah. Did you notice how she spelled life, though?
Yes.
We need to work with her on that. And nice pitch right on the corner. That was a really nice pitch.
A great pitch.
Really nice pitch by Claxon.
With 2 outs, you want to get Crawford to come to the plate, though.
Yes. And looked like tried to throw a changeup and just released it a little bit too far out in front of her.
And folks a lot of times don't think about those release points in softball, and your arm almost has to rub your side, and the release point right at and where the index and middle finger and stuff comes off at the plate is very important.
And that's going to be a little pop-up behind the third base to the shortstop. So a pop-out to the shortstop, Oliver, brings up the third out. So Georgetown avoids having to face Crawford. We're going to be right back. No score right here with more Lady Lion softball on the Freed-Hardeman University Sports Network.
Residential or commercial, you can rely on West 10 Fence for complete fencing services. We put over 50 years of experience to work for you building, mending, and maintaining fences and gates. From chain link and barbed wire to wooden, vinyl, ornamental iron, and beautiful wrought iron, whether you want a fence for beauty, privacy, or security, we've got you covered. Just call and ask for a free estimate.
And welcome back in as we go to the the top of the second. For Georgetown, their designated player, number 11, Annie Campbell, is going to step to the plate, coach. And Campbell, in the first game, I believe she drew a walk. I have to go back.
She'll show you a lot of moves at the plate. She'll show the bunt. She'll draw back. She's just trying to place the ball and move it around a little bit.
The beauty of keeping the score of the scorebook, you can go back and look. And, yes, Campbell, she hit into a fielder's choice. She walked. And she struck out swinging in her 3 at-bats. So she comes in batting all zeros. And, you know, another stat that I don't refer to a whole lot, it's not necessarily what your batting average is. A lot of people don't look at batting average. It's the on-base percentage, that OBP.
That's important.
And she's been on the base one out of 3 at-bats. That's a good start. As Adair toes the rubber. And a swing and a miss. Just way behind on that one.
And I can hear one of my buddies now. He's disagreeing with you, but what he doesn't understand, the only people that's really interested in the average for winning is those agents, so that they can win the pay raise. But on base is still more important.
Yes. And a called strike on the outside corner. So far, our home plate umpire, she's been right on top of it with both teams. And that's going to be fouled off. It's going to be out of play on the Georgetown side. So the count holds at 0-2.
And one of our good fans returns the ball to the field of play.
Did he throw that all the way in, or did
no,
that
he
come
threw
into
it to
the
the
coach?
first.
I was going to say,
No.
Did he throw that, coach? I mean,
no, he
the
just
way you made it sound is he threw it in.
Well, I just said he returned it.
And a swing and a miss at the high rise ball. So That's Adair's recorded her second strikeout. And we were corrected. Her no-hitter came against Weber University. And now the third baseman, Kaylin Barnett, steps in, takes the first pitch up and away. Thought about offering it that one, Coach, but
She
laid
really
off.
did.
A nice job.
She has the open stance, obviously closes it as the pitch is on the way. Picks the foot up a little bit now. Not as high as some. I've seen people really raise that front leg up.
And catches the front half of the plate for strike one.
I was fixing to say, if she didn't call that one, that would have been her first inconsistent
Yes.
call.
I mean, she's catching the very front corner of the plate. And a swing and a miss makes it 2-2. I had a couple of players once say, but, Coach, it didn't go all the way across the plate. I said, it don't have to go all the way across the plate. It just has to go across part of that plate for it to be a strike.
That's right.
And that time just a tad outside. So she works full. Now, Brittany gives up more walks than Morgan did.
Yes. Well, she's
I
going to
think
move
she
it
had.
in and out.
I think
rise
she
ball.
had 15 walks coming into today's game, and that one right back at us. Saw Jeremy flinch over there in front of the computer.
Yeah, I saw somebody behind us grab the roller tape and was going to put the X's on there so the glass didn't break.
Again?
Yeah.
Well, that day it was just the perfect weather conditions for that to happen.
It was cold.
And another swing and a miss. That's Adair's third strikeout of the day so far through 1 2/3 innings.
And that pitch looks like a beach ball coming up there
Oh, yeah.
to you, and then it reduces down to an aspirin when it gets to you.
So stepping in is the catcher, number 7, Maddie Sims, and she takes ball one.
And as we said, Brittany Adair is going to work you up, out, in, all around. She'll miss and walk some, but you don't know where she's going to throw it.
No. And to see, there's the pitch. She's trying to get her chase. So you see a big old smile on Sophie's face if you're watching that camera view, that big smile on her face.
And this is what's great about Worthy Road Studios. You get to meet the people that are playing up close and personal.
Oh, yeah. I mean, and it's going to be a long foul ball.
What do they call those? Long, noisy strikes.
Long, noisy strikes. In the scorebook, it looks just like a take.
Yeah.
And
go
ahead. I was going to go back to our first game. Sims struck out and grounded out in her only 2 plate appearances. So 3-1 now the count.
And really, truly, Crawford did not face many batters.
No.
I mean, she did a good job. Of course, Thomas Thornton down there told his hitter, just hit away. And so it's no take at 3-1 unless the batter chooses.
And that batter says, I think I'll lay off. That's probably the best pitch she's going to see.
Yep, this one could be anything from a rise ball to, and of course, Dare can bring the heat to you too. A very strong young lady.
Looks like Dunovitz says wants it on the inside, and she gets it, and it's going to be a high fly. Looks like Gerald calls off Allie Mitchell and pulls it in. So a lazy fly ball to left field brings us again to that 3 up, 3 down. No runs, no hits, no errors for the Tigers. We'll be back with more Lady Lion softball on the Freed Hardeman University Sports Network after these messages.
If you want to invest in cabinetry and need a locally owned and operated company you can trust, choose Kitchens by Design. In business since 2002, our locally owned and operated company has a track record of providing precision work. Serving both residential and commercial clients, we're your one-stop shop providing quality work for all types of projects, including kitchens, bathrooms, additions, new construction, and more. For more information on how we can service your needs, contact us today.
And welcome back to Freed-Hardeman University as the Lady Lions going to come up for their second at bat. Leading the inning off will be Morgan Crawford. In game number one, Morgan, she had 2 singles and then she flew out to the right fielder. And if I remember correctly, Coach, the right fielder, that was one of the better plays of the game, where she had just reached down and snagged that ball.
And it probably left us in a situation where, well, we had ducks on the pond, I thought.
That was the inning. We had, let's see. Yeah, we had runners on first and second. We had one on from a single. The Crab had singled, and then Cassie Hayes had got hit by a pitch.
Yeah. But we came back with another strong inning later, and that made the difference.
And so Crawford's going to step in. Let's see if she can keep the hot bat going. She comes in hitting 500, 4 RBIs with 1 home run, Coach, thus far in the season.
And she likes riding horses.
Yes, she does. She does. I remember before the first game, you weren't here yet. She came up to make sure we had everything. She was so happy.
Well, she spoke before the game when I was coming up. She's very nice, speaks to people.
And going to be a ball low. And Morgan was our player of the game in the first game, or I don't know what to call it that, but she was the one that I got to interview, and goes the opposite. Oh, almost a nice play down by that same fan that's thrown the foul balls in.
But that's an error on the fan.
That's it.
That goes into the score.
Put that in the scorebook, Jeremy. I mean, you have to make a note on that.
Fan error.
I thought he was going to catch it.
I did too. I thought he had it all the way.
So 1-1 our count. Crawford takes inside in the dirt. Ball 2.
Sims is earning her scholarship today.
Yeah, well, that she in the second game hasn't really, a couple of pitches, but in the first game she saved probably 2 or 3 advances. Ooh, outside ball 3. 3-1 for Crawford, the designated player for the Lady Lions.
Now she can sit on a pitch and look for a particular pitch with this count.
Yes.
And you know what she can do. It could be bye-bye bell
if it's the right pitch and she goes after it and fouls it off. Kind of dropped her hands a little bit on that one, and I think she just kind of fought that one off.
She did. But I want to see her get a pitch that she can drive, because this young lady can drive. She can drive those pitches as well as she does a car.
Oh, that time she had to protect herself that time, because that changeup kind of was going to drop right in.
And she stepped out of the batter's box wisely and regained her bearings, and excellent protection of herself then.
So count holds 3-2. Claxon on the mound for the Tigers. On the mound. There I go. I made my mistakes. In the circle. That's twice today, Coach. I'm off my game.
Yeah, you owe the bank a dime.
And Morgan Crawford fouls it off again. That one may not have made it over to the soccer field, but it got close. Of course, the men's soccer team's practicing on the intramural softball field.
It's drier.
Oh, I'm sure it's drier. Soccer had a play at USJ yesterday, was it yesterday? Yeah, yesterday. And Crawford, foul ball down the third base line. So she's still battling. Good at bat by Crawford.
Yes, making the pitcher use a lot of pitches. That AstroTurf field at USJ, very good. And there are people looking at AstroTurf here for some of the fields at Freed-Hardeman.
Yes, they are.
Gathering information right now.
There you go. Crawford
excellent piece
with a
of
single. She worked it and got the right pitch, and so Morgan Crawford singles to left. And so now they're going to get
Is that Strain going in?
that's number 11. Number 11.
Yeah.
Destiny Strain.
Yeah.
And Jarnigan steps in. Yeah, Destiny Strain. Now, Destiny is from Jackson, Southside High School, if I'm not mistaken. You're digging it out, I know.
I'm going to dig it out. I mean, it's over in the other stack because we've got 2 stacks, the people that's in, and we've got to get – but
I'm pretty sure she has a ball outside and low. It's going to be the last one you get to, you know that,
it
right?
is always the last one. Yes, Southside High School likes hunting and watching Netflix.
And that time, Jarnigan lays off as the pitch is right at the top of the strike zone on the inside corner. So to count 1-1. And that time could be a tailor-made double play as the shortstop was in perfect position for a 6-3 double play.
And, folks, the shortstop gets a put out there at second base and also gets an assist on that throw.
Yes, she does. Right? That's correct. She gets a put out and an assist. So 2 outs now, bringing Sam Morgan to the plate. Sam with a swing and a miss.
Of course, Sam's wearing Babe Ruth's old number if you're
3.
a baseball fan.
And Morgan comes in. She's hitting 300s, 3 RBIs. And there you go, opposite field. See if the right fielder can make the play to first. Nope.
And he go to second because the catcher, even though
that's going to be she's getting this. That's going to be a single, but then you're going to give probably an E9 throwing error to allow her to go to second.
Absolutely. Good scoring. That's the reason this gentleman scored minor league baseball.
And if the ball would have hit the coach as he came out of dugout, she would have been able to go to third, and it would have been a 2-base throwing error.
And always record the 2-base error in your book. It's important.
Oh, yes.
Now, I've seen some scorekeepers that try to take some shortcuts and has come back and haunted them a little.
Well, Coach, I don't know if you're familiar, but when you're scoring minor league baseball, when the game is over, you take a copy of the box score and the play-by-play to the clubhouse for both teams.
Yes. And once upon a time, you had to send it to the Southern League office.
Yeah, we did not have to do that. But you sometimes think managers don't pay much attention. They got somebody paying attention to everything you're doing because they would question. Sometimes they would question, that should be an earned run, that should have been a hit, that should have been an error. And you had to justify why you did what you did. You talk about pressure.
Yes, it is.
And 2-0 the count here. And straight back to us. There we go. That's the first one on top of the press box this year.
Allie would like to have that one back.
Yes, she would.
Got under it a little bit. Did you ever work when Dave Tremblay was there? I think he was early.
I
with the Cubs
did not. I was there after the Cubs.
Dave could see things that nobody else could see. And but he didn't yell and scream, which was nice of him.
And a ball down and in. Makes it 3-1. But you got to remember, you're the official scorer, and you make judgment calls. But you're dealing with young men who are trying to get to another level of baseball. So your decisions can affect and there's another foul back, so that's going to make a full count. You're making decisions that could affect their future.
Yes. And I think that's one of the things that's changed, like you pointed out so wisely, the on-base percentage, and they look at their WAR now. And that's an interesting stat. We hadn't got time to explain that one.
Right. And a base on balls to Allie Mitchell brings up Britton Gerald. Crash Gerald, that's what you called her? Just because she broke the glass in the press box, that's no reason to eat ugly about her. But Britton, I can promise you this. She's going to work the pitcher. She's going to make the pitcher throw as many pitches as she possibly can. That's why she's leading the team. I mean, what I say, 8 walks, Coach? Is it 7 or 8?
Something like that. And she's getting some
now
words of wisdom.
She had 2 walks in the last game, so I think that puts her up to 9 walks on the season. She may not – well, she's got a .083 batting average, but, again, that's not the important statistic for the number 9 hitter. A .450 on-base percentage is the important thing.
And she's another young lady that likes spending time with her family.
And a ball outside. But I can promise you, if they throw something for her to hit, she's going to put it in play.
Well, she'll put a tattoo on it.
She will put it in play. And she fouls that one straight back. Good thing we had a net there.
Good old net. Saw some people downstairs flinch a little bit, though, when it fouled into the net.
Now, Britton comes back. She's a senior, but she is going to there's a strike call.
Everybody gets to choose.
They get to choose if they want to come back or not, and I think Britton's one that is planning to come back. And there was only one that was on the fence that I know about. And she gave her the corner, and she's been consistently calling that. Yep. So a strikeout looking for Britton Gerald. That's the 3rd out. So Freed Hardeman's going to leave 2 on. They get 2 hits and leave 2 on, no runs. We'll be right back with more Lady Lion softball on the Freed Hardeman University Sports Network.
The reason I chose Freed Hardeman was I came for orientation, and I felt welcomed and loved, and I've toured many nursing programs, and this was different. This one was something different to me, and it's been amazing, and I really enjoyed it, and it's something I'll always remember, and this is family to me. I also chose Freed Hardeman because of the 100% pass rate at Dixon. They've had a 100% pass rate for the last 3 years, and that finalized my decision to come to Freed Hardeman.
And welcome back as we get ready to go to the top of the 3rd. The pitcher for Georgetown will be leading off. Number 32, Sarah Claxton. She worked her way out of a jam in that last inning as Gerald got caught looking on that outside corner.
I think her coach made a good visit to help calm her down.
Yes.
He and her seem to have good rapport. I watched them between innings a while ago talk, and he's able to straighten some things out for her. You know,
and she's only a sophomore, so she probably doesn't have a ton of experience. I don't know. I'd have to go back and look and see.
We'd have to go to her career
if she
stats
had some
from
career
last year.
stats from last year. I'll just look that up and see.
Your first class, you used the wireless mouse. I still use
I can't use my fingers. They're too fat. And Adair comes to the inside corner, strike 1. Yes, Claxon last year in a shortened season, she hit 190, 21 plate appearances. And swing and a miss. And she had a 7.2 ERA, 0-1. She played in 6 games, so not a lot of experience there.
Well, learning as a freshman last year.
So count now 1-2 as Adair threw the as Coach Joe says, throwaway pitch. Now, if I'm the pitching coach, I'm going to say let's go right here and attack the batter. And she does. And so a swinging strikeout for the first out. The fourth strikeout of the day for Brittany Adair, who I want to.
And Brittany's even setting up these hitters for future things, because if you'll remember the last game we saw her pitch, she used a lot of waste pitches or throwaway pitches, and then she came and she needed to get somebody out, and she came and busted them because they were waiting.
This is number 13, Randalls, the second baseman, swings and misses at the first pitch. So far on the season, Adair, in her 4 games she has appeared in, has 33 strikeouts. And strike 2 froze her, as that was a very nice-looking curveball that broke away from the batter. By the way, I don't know if I mentioned this earlier, but Brittany is the reigning Mid-South Conference pitcher of the week. If you want to read that story, you can go to the GoFHULions.com page and click on recent headlines. I think it's still in the recent headlines section. 1-2 the count. She comes, fouls it straight back.
What are you bringing this time, Ray, if you are Brittany?
What am I doing? I think I might come back with I might come with a changeup right here.
Change up, I might work her way. I don't know that the rise ball would work this time. She went away.
Trying to get her to chase.
And it's even right now at 2-2. So now, but you really, and again, I'm big on, and I've talked to other pitchers. Monica Abbott wanted to get them on this pitch.
I think that's would be pretty consistent everywhere. Straight up the middle of there, could not get her glove up in time. As I think she was more likely trying to protect herself. So a single by Randalls, and that will bring up the top of the order for the Tigers as the shortstop, Carly Oliver, steps in.
She's had a couple of good plays, including that double play, and that's the reason why Adair wears the mask.
Yes. And normally, a lot of teams their first baseman and third baseman will wear the mask also.
I have seen that. Believe it or not, 2 years ago up at Lake County, I saw an outfielder wearing the mask.
An outfielder. Now
Yes.
that would be the first, because I don't remember ever seeing an outfielder. As that pitch comes up and in, so it's 2-0.
It was my first time to see an outfielder wear one.
But it all started with the third baseman, especially the ones who play in.
Yes.
And ball 3.
And I think that was a good call. Just barely missed, as bad as we all wanted that.
Yes.
Now, the odds are the take sign has been given.
Would hope it would be. And that was a strike.
In baseball, Seals, do you give him the 3-0 take sign?
On Josh Sears, do I give him
Sears,
a take sign? No, I let him swing the bat.
Yeah, he's got that big long swing. Josh is looking forward to calling the workings of a game. I want him to hit a couple out so I can do a home run call.
Oh, nice pitch. Did you see how she thought that ball was going to hit her, and then all of a sudden it breaks back across the plate.
Brittany Adair has great movement on her pitches.
And puts her on with a walk. So Kristen Klemish comes up, 1 out, runner on first and second. Here is our little slap hitter. It's the only one I've seen so far today. And takes a pitch on the outside part of the plate.
And, you know, a funny statistic is all of our hitters are right-handed unless somebody is learning to slap from the left side.
I want to say we have some left-handed hitters, but I can't. I have to go back and look. And there's the perfect bunt. That's going to be a bunt single. Yeah. That loads the bases.
And your slap hitters like that are usually pretty fair bunters.
Yes. Well, that's the thing. And she laid down, and that ball died and just spun about 2 feet away from the plate. As coming up is Lindsay Mitchell.
Now for Georgetown, Kaylin Barnett's down throwing again in the bullpen.
And that is a called strike. Now, you remember in the first series against Lyon, we were in this same situation, and we turned a 1-2-3 double play.
Yes, we did.
And there's a little pop-up. And Catherine Crabb pulls it down. Big play. F8, short fly ball. Runners must stay.
And now, Ray, it's very important that infield knock the ball down because you've got to force it anybody.
Right.
You've got a chance if you knock it down. But you let it get through, and there's a good chance 2 runners score.
As you bring the center fielder, Baker, to the plate. A swing and a miss. Baker, in her first appearance against the Dares, struck out swinging. Strikeout would be huge right here. And that's going to be fouled out of play off over the Freed-Hardeman dugout. So 0-2 is the count.
Now, you can use your waist pitch here, but you have to be careful. Don't make it into a wild pitch.
In Baker in the first game, she drew a walk, struck out, and flew out to center field. Now, that's a good pitch right there.
Really good. Close enough to tempt, and the hitter would not have been able to drive it. Even if she'd gone for it, right field would have been the best.
No danger of a pass ball or a wild pitch on that one. And another foul straight back.
And for you fans at home from that center field shot, watch the catcher signals. You try to decide which one is the real pitch.
Yeah, because she's using 3, if I counted right a minute ago. Had to do it again. Brittany got it back. And Kat's going to get this one. And another fly to Catherine Crabb for the 3rd out. So while Georgetown has 2 hits that inning, they strand 3. No runs. We'll be right back with more on the Freed-Hardeman University Sports Network.
The reason why I pursued my BSN in nursing is because I wanted to give back to the community. I wanted to take back, I wanted to give care to all the patients that I had taken care of previously in the past. I wanted to gain more experience in education. Freed-Hardeman is local here in Dixon, Tennessee. I noticed that they had a 100% pass rate for the past 3 years, and I knew that Freed-Hardeman would be a great fit for me.
And welcome back to Rayla Tucker Black Field on the campus of Freed-Hardeman University. Ray Pack and Joe Holloway bringing you Lady Lions softball action. I want to remind everybody that tomorrow our games will be scheduled for 10 a.m. and 12 p.m. And then also Coach Joe, we're going to follow that up, or at least I know you are. I don't. If I can, I'm going to come over and we're going to have fun on the baseball. Now tomorrow the role will be reversed. Coach Joe will be doing the play-by-play, and I'll be doing the color, unless he changes his mind and decides for me to do that. But at 3 o'clock, first game tomorrow for baseball, and a foul off by Catherine Crabb, the one who made 2 great plays in center field to keep Georgetown off the board there in the top of the third. But my understanding is they'll play a 7-inning game first, and then they'll play a 9-inning game after that.
That's what's supposed to happen.
Unless, you do know the unless, right?
Yes.
The unless is if the first game goes into it's tied at the end of 7, that game then becomes the 9-inning game.
Yes.
So.
And we won't use the international rule to break.
Not in baseball. They don't use it now. In softball, I don't know what the rule is in conference play. It changes depending on the agreements the coaches make. And a single by Catherine Crabb to left field. So
and that was solid right there.
As Kennedy Harris steps in, nobody out. Crabb at first. Let's see if they'll test the catcher's arm here. No, but it's going to be a little bloop single to right center field. So back-to-back singles by the Lady Lions have the Lady Lions in business. And Sophie Dunovitt comes up. Now, she hit into a 1-6-3 fielder's choice, 1-6-3 ground out in the first inning.
Yeah, she hit the ball well. Unfortunately, the pitcher kind of deflected it. And again, a product of Jackson Christian School. Something I want to mention about Kennedy Harris, she went to Thompsonville Community High School. Of course, she was a transfer from another college, but the high schools deserve credit.
Yes, they do. And, you know, you go online and you do some research on these schools and you see previous schools and it'll have a college. Well, I like to know where they went to high school at. And Sophie takes the bunt. A perfect sack bunt moves the runners up. And, Coach.
That was great. Couldn't have placed
how. Let's see, was that a 2? Who fielded that? I can't even remember that.
Oh, I was thinking more. I'd already started thinking about.
I'd move to the next play.
Well, what I was thinking about
is Cassie Hayes steps in.
Remind the people at home that does not count as a time at bat.
That's correct.
A sack bunt.
Oh, Hayes. How'd you score that, Taylor? Sack bunt?
Yeah.
What's a 2-3? That's what I thought.
Placed perfectly, though, right?
Yeah, but you take the bat out of your number 3 hitter's hands, and she can lay down that bunt.
Yes.
And she's more of a power hitter than she is a bunter. As the pitch down low, 1-1 to count.
Well, that comes from time put in on her part and good coaching to teach technique.
Correct. And another ball high.
And, again, it gives us, unless there's an unusual play or foolish base running, one of our better hitters, Crawford, is on deck.
On deck. With one out, you should get to her. Well, Cassie's wanting that inside pitch as she comes in up to the plate this time with a 375 average, same as her on-base percentage.
Got out in front of that one a little bit. If you can hold it just a second longer and then whip that bat around there.
And that should score a run. Catherine Crabb. So a sack fly allows Crabb to score. And Harris moves to third. I'm going to say that has to be on the throw.
Yes, on the throw. But a sacrifice, again, it does not count as a time at bat for the hitter.
So that's 2 outs with Crawford at the plate, and you still have a runner at third. So Freed-Hardeman takes a lead here in the bottom of the third, 1-0. That's a pitch she's been calling pretty much a strike a lot of the day.
Hair low.
But that was – she called it a ball.
Yeah. Hope folks watch where the catcher's hand was. She called for it to be outside when she tapped the inside of her leg.
And that one definitely low. And
that time the pitcher crossed up the catcher. The catcher was looking for outside corner.
Yeah, because she did tap that. They may be trying to kind of pitch around Morgan a little bit.
They could be.
And that's outside, so 3-0. I forgot to tell Morgan how scholarly she looked with her glasses on.
She does look scholar. She is a scholar.
She is a scholar.
And a good hitter and pitched a wonderful game.
And she's going to take a base on balls.
They really didn't pitch to her then.
No, not at all. Now you can't. Well, yeah, she's the designated player. We're going to get a pinch runner? No pinch runner.
No pinch runner.
No pinch runner.
We've used.
Did we use someone in the first when she singled? She's.
I thought Strain ran for.
Yes, she did. That's right. And I didn't write that down.
Coach is going to go back out. Coach Thornton, Thomas Thornton, in his 19th season at Georgetown.
19th season.
Yeah.
I know Todd said that they have played Georgetown before, and I believe that was before my time. I'd have to go back and look at the history.
Yeah, I want to say, and Todd's been here, 21 years?
Todd's been here, 21 years.
Yeah,
21 years. It's hard to believe softball's been around that long, but John Weeks started softball here at Freed-Hardeman. He was the first head coach.
I remember John Weeks, but I also remember Charlie Smith too.
Oh yeah,
AD, basketball coach. You know what? All around.
That's who was that was the basketball.
Tennis too.
When I was a student, he coached tennis and basketball. Was the AD. Bill Bowley was the head women's coach.
Bowley, he had
just taken over for Dewdrop Rowlett.
Oh Lord, Dewdrop, a legend.
So you toss all these names out of people you know.
Absolutely.
As Annalise Jarnigan is going to pop up to the shortstop for the third out. But Freed-Hardeman scores 1 run on 2 hits with no errors, and they're going to leave 2 on base. Is that right? Yep, that's it. So we'll be back with more Lady Lion softball right here on the Freed-Hardeman University Sports Network.
The reason I chose Freed-Hardeman is because I'm a mother of 2, and I live here locally here in Dixon, and 2 years ago I decided that I wanted to be a nurse. So Freed-Hardeman had just opened up, and I was ready for the opportunity and jumped on it, and I knew I needed to stay home, still be a mom, and yet I wanted to pursue my dream as being a nurse.
And welcome back as the Tigers will be coming up. Good pitch thing that pitch was in warm-ups as it pops up off the net back here. As now the head coach has kind of stepped down the line. He's letting his assistant coach talk to the team right here.
I have a feeling the assistant may be a coach in waiting.
Very possible.
And, of course, Thomas Thornton has always done a good job up there at Georgetown. That's a university, and I think Freed does have some history with them. And, of course, they were part when Lambeth was still in the NAI. Lambeth played football in the old Mid-South Conference.
And it's now Bethel played in the Mid-South with them. Cumberland in Lebanon, they would play football in that same conference. Now, they were already affiliate or not affiliate. Whatever maybe it is affiliate member or something. Whatever you call it, if you're only a part-time member in that one sport. But so it all made sense for them to go into the conference. But then I'm not sure exactly if they made the statement that they wanted us to join, and that's how it all worked out when we joined this new conference. And Campbell throws her hands up in the air as a strike called on the outside. This is a designated player, Annie Campbell. That time a swing and a miss. In her first at bat, Campbell struck out, swinging.
And she'll show you the bunt, but she'll draw back most of the time.
And a ball just down and in, it looked like.
Were you here when Charlie Smith had the great tennis teams that challenged for titles?
Yes, that was when they really first brought in international players. And fisted it for a little, I'm going to call it a pop-up, Coach.
Yeah, it doesn't qualify as a can of corn.
And it didn't count as a fly, and it got a little bit too high for a line drive.
I'm still waiting for us to have a home run it would have been a home run in a telephone booth.
Okay, sky high, yeah. And now stepping up is Barnett, the third baseman. Excuse me, that's not Barnett.
This is, the Kaylin Barnett.
Yes, Kaylin Barnett, the shortstop. She's the shortstop, though, isn't she? No, she's the third baseman. Well, my mind is.
Yeah, we put out a lot of information.
And she lays off that pitch as Adair tried to get her to chase the high stuff. Yeah, sometimes I think maybe we put out too much information, but
maybe so, because you know what the actual phrase is supposed to be. It wouldn't have been a home run in a telephone booth, but a lot of people say it the other way.
Yes, that's correct. And finally a called strike, so Adair goes 2-1.
In your youth, did you ever pile people into a telephone booth?
We did that in Volkswagen Bugs.
We did it in Bugs, too.
Yeah, but we did do a telephone booth or two, and there's a ground ball, hard-hit ground ball to Allie Mitchell. She scoops it, tosses to Cassie Hayes for a 6-3 ground out. That will be the second out. That will bring up the catcher, Maddie Sims.
Mitchell wasted no motion, and that one shot straight to first
She
base.
didn't have to take a step either way. Yeah. And a swing and a miss. As somebody's throwing in the bullpen and threw the ball up over the bullpen fence, and so retrieved by Britton Gerald down there.
Yeah, if they were throwing underhanded, which is the softball motion.
And a strike called, so 0-2. I believe that looks like Chloe Winters down there. Yeah. I need my binoculars so I can see that. Now I can see down this side, but down on the Freed-Hardeman side, it's a little further away.
Well, it's by our field house.
That's correct.
Is a fair distance.
Correct. And a smoked ground ball past Sam Morgan for a single to left field. That was a very hard hit ground ball. Now the pitcher comes to the plate, Sarah Claxon.
And that had a little fire on it. I think what happened down the bullpen, watched her, she's holding, she'll correct it, but she's holding the ball a little long on the release point. And sometimes it goes up and over.
And down low for a ball. So Oliver at first. Or excuse me, Barnett. No, it's not. That's Sims at first, Claxon batting.
And Claxon a sophomore.
And a swing and a miss. Evens the count at 1-1. ball high, which this is typical for Brittany to pitch in that count being 2-1 is, normal for her.
To get people to bite at what she wants to throw, she's going to move it around, and some of it's going to go high and wide.
And there's the swing and a miss.
Trust me, the young lady was not looking for that pitch.
No. And Brittany's thrown 76 pitches so far today, Coach.
Yep.
Which in softball, that's not a lot of pitches.
Oh, no, you can throw 9 easier in softball than you can in baseball.
And a called strike 3 for the third and final out. So the Tigers get 1 hit, leave 1 stranded after 4 1/2, or after 3 1/2. The Lady Lions lead 1-0. We'll be right back with more Lady Lions softball on the Freed-Hardeman Sports Network.
My name is Clay Leonard. I preach for the Church of Christ in Paris, Kentucky, and I'm a student in the Graduate School of Theology at Freed-Hardeman. I think the quality of scholarship at Freed-Hardeman, as well as the camaraderie that is shared between the students and the professors, sets Freed-Hardeman apart. I'm already using my degree in so many ways as I preach, and I hope that it will continue to challenge me to be the best student that I can and the best preacher that I can.
And welcome back to Rayla Tucker Black Field as the Lady Lions are going to come up for the bottom of the 4th. Samantha Morgan, will be leading off. We all call her Sam. So
real name Samantha.
Real name. Got to give her a real name occasionally, but Sam Morgan is going to step to the plate. And I see Coach Humphrey still down there. He hadn't quite left to go coach the volleyball match. Remember, tonight, if you don't have anything to do this evening and you're local, you can go online and get a ticket for the volleyball game. You have to go online to purchase your ticket. Seating is limited, but you can go. And the Lady Lion volleyball team is going to be taking on Life University, as Coach Humphrey said, a tough challenge tonight.
They're very tough, an experienced squad. I think we were, letting in about 325 or so to the basketball
somewhere
game.
in that number, and that's about what it'll be for volleyball.
Yeah, Freed-Hardeman's done such a wonderful job with COVID, spreading people out, cleaning the gymnasium. The gymnasium is immaculate every time you come into it. And this softball field is a beautiful field.
This is one of the nicer college complexes that I see. We played 3 games in Florida. I would take our field over any of those 3 fields any day.
Yeah, and I think we're going to add on to it so we can maybe host even bigger tournaments. We've hosted one already.
Right. And Morgan fouls it off down the third base line. Coach Wade wimps his way out of the third base box and gets away from it.
We'll get David a glove or something. I could know he was a pretty good baseball player in his junior high and high school days.
Yeah, they're going to, there's a lot of things going on campus that I don't know all of the things, but good things are happening here at Freed-Hardeman University.
What's going to happen with we'll talk about the lecture.
We'll talk about that.
Yeah.
The lectureship will eventually come back on campus.
Are they going to do it online though?
They will still have online,
okay.
But it will be back on. It will be back where visitors will be welcome once this COVID stuff passes.
I always thought it was a highlight of this
campus.
Oh,
it's one of the greater weeks of the year. And strike called. A ball, 2 strikes now on Sam Morgan.
That's only the second pitch that I've questioned. That one I'm going to question a little bit. Wasn't a worm killer, but
it was down there.
Yeah, it was down there.
Yeah, there are several two weeks that I really look forward to that happen on campus. And foul ball at the plate. The first one would be lectureship week, and then I enjoy Horizons, and Horizons is a leadership camp. This year it'll be for grade 9 through 12. They have graciously allowed us to have on campus camp again. But we could only have 500 kids, so we had to cut the junior high, the sixth grade group out. And hits that off the handle. Going to be a 3 unassisted.
And right when we figure out what the new normal is, it'll get back to.
It will. So Allie Mitchell is going to step to the plate. Allie walked in her last at bat. But that Horizons camp, my wife and I and several others were on the leadership committee, the planning committee of that, and the administration has been wonderful as far as working with us to allow us to do that. We had to go virtual last year, and it was a challenge. And we really wanted.
But I heard it was successful.
But it was a successful thing being virtual. Same with the lectureship. I believe the lectureship ended up being successful. And that's a ball down low. But those are 2 weeks of the year that campus is. Normally we have 1,200 on campus for Horizons. We'll have 900 to 1,000 kids, and then up to 200 staff. As Mitchell takes that one the other way. Down in the corner foul, down the first base side.
That looks like one of my tee shots where it hooks and or slices. I mean, and that Allie likes playing board games and sports with her family. I like these. These are wonderful. Young ladies.
I mean, how many of them have you gone through today that you've seen the word family on?
I think I've seen it in at least 8.
So,
and there's some that we haven't read that we'll get those on during the season too.
And now she's going to go inside out and fly out to the right fielder for out number 2, and that's going to bring up Britton Jarrell, the left fielder for the Lady Lions. Of course, she went to Nashville Christian.
Yes, she did. I'm fairly familiar with that school. We used to scrimmage them in girls basketball every year, and they're most known for their football team right now. Jeff Brothers is the head coach there.
And she puts the stick in it, but it's going to be a fly ball to left center field to retire the side as the center fielder hauls it in. So Freed Hardeman, no runs, no hits, no errors. They lead 1-0 after 4. We'll be right back with more Lady Lions softball on the Freed Hardeman University Network.
Chase Animal Hospital is a full-service veterinary hospital which performs well and sick patient exams, hospitalization, surgery, boarding, doggy daycare, and grooming. We are located in Huntsville, Alabama, the Rocket City. We can take care of all dogs and cats as well as some livestock animals. Our current veterinarians on staff are Kevin Crabb, Zach Knight, Elizabeth Harville, and Wesley Clendenin. Visit our website at chaseanimalhospital.com or check us out on Facebook. We look forward to taking care of all your pet's needs.
Welcome back. Ray-Pac Joe Holloway here as the Lady Lions have a 1-0 lead over the Tigers from Georgetown. And Georgetown will be starting at the bottom of their order with their second baseman, Coach Brittany Adair has thrown 77 pitches. 51 have been strikes, though.
Yes.
So she's at a 2-to-1 ratio strikes to balls.
And that's good. You'll take that anytime. Now, Brittany comes from Columbia Academy. Of course, she transferred in here, but she was at Columbia Academy. She likes video games. And I've heard of other pitchers in baseball and softball that like those videos.
They like that simulation. That's the hand-eye coordination stuff.
Now, she likes watching scary movies, too. I don't watch scary movies.
You don't watch scary movies?
No,
I don't much anymore.
I don't any.
When I was a student at here, we would go to every scary movie there was. And it's a ball high.
And you know Brittany's a good person because she likes playing with her dogs.
Yes.
Animals know who kind and good people are.
And that time, straight back up the middle to Brittany for a 1-3. That's twice. This is the young lady here, Randalls, who hit the hard ground ball right back up the middle. That time, Brittany was able to field it. Not quite as hard of a hit as the first time around.
The importance of when the pitcher becomes the fifth infielder.
Yes. And back to the top of the order. And you have Carly Oliver, number 10, She is the shortstop.
And I'm going to make mention, because I haven't said much about that. Most of the time in softball, the outfielders with the side of the field play straight away. It's rare you shade. Now, tomorrow we'll have to talk about shifts and shading.
Yeah, and they do. The baseball team, and it's fouled out of play, strike two. Our baseball team doesn't do much of the infield shift. You will see, with a larger outfield, you'll see the shading of the shifts in baseball, which we, like I say, we'll talk about tomorrow.
And the pitch affects that too, because if you give them one that they can't pull, then your outfield has to adjust a couple of steps.
Oh, and punched her out. What a pitch. What a pitch.
Absolutely. It was the proper call, but the time that it took, and I understand now, I talked to somebody, the mechanics that changed a few years ago, you're not ever going to see the lightning call again, unless the umpire may be mad or something.
Only in the professional ranks.
Yeah.
The emphasis call.
Yeah.
And so that brings up the right fielder, number 2, Clemish, and she swings and misses at the first pitch. She's made a couple of really nice plays out in right field. Takes a pitch upstairs, ball 1. 1-1 to count.
Of course, uniform-wise, both teams dapperly attired. We've got our home gray tops, and I love our maroon.
And look like the maroon bottoms, and Georgetown in black pants, gray, with orange sleeves and orange, their name in orange and the black letters outlined in orange.
Softball uniforms. Baseball's gotten more colorful. Remember when baseball uniform used to be drab?
Yes.
Just a little low.
And I notice now in the college ranks, I've noticed they've shifted away from the short pants.
Yes.
They've gone back to the full-length pants. Oh, there's second strike, too.
Yeah.
Full count. I remember, years ago, high school, college teams, they would wear shorts. They wouldn't be inappropriate, but they would wear shorts. And softball's like, why? Slide on that brick dust and see how it feels. Yeah. And ball 4, so Clemish reaches first on a walk, which brings up Lindsay Mitchell, the first baseman.
And she had a solid swing the last time. She's 1 for 2, right?
And she has grounded out to second, and she had that little bunt single there in the third inning.
Yes, she likes the high.
Oh, no, that was
pitch.
Clemish.
Yeah,
that was Clemish that had that.
Now this is Mitchell. And Mitchell would love.
She had the double. She had the double to left center and flew out to the center fielder, as it's counted as 1-1.
And she's type that if you throw your rise ball, you better make sure it's going out of the strike zone. She likes that pitch.
And fouled off as the runner was in motion. So 1 ball, 2 strikes. And another foul. She's fighting that outside pitch off nicely.
She really is. I'm wondering if you can come back and bust it inside on her and get the strikeout.
And get the strikeout?
Yeah, notice how most of the front of the box has been gone, and the hitters, part of it's from action, part of it's from hitters wanting to erase the chalk in the front, because sometimes they are out of the box with that front foot.
Yes. Well, we had that call in the first game.
Yes.
Where the young lady was called out of the box. And that's a good pitch, wasted there. So it's 2-2.
Donovan came up and said, I know you there. Don't even think about it. Because this runner has been trying to run.
And that's the one thing we've talked about, a turf field. If you go turf, then the markings are permanent.
Yes.
And there's no scratching those off. Another foul out of play over the Georgetown dugout.
And this hit her way up in the front of the box.
There's another foul out of play. Going to get there yet. So runner was in motion again.
Yes.
So count stays at 2-2.
That one may have found one of our soft spots because, see, our first baseman trying to clean it a little bit.
Dry it off a little bit.
Yeah. Now, a wet ball might be hard to throw, but you know what? You get a cut or two in it, and that softball will dance just like a baseball will. And when I was in college, we had a couple of pitchers that would cut the baseball with their belt. It's supposed to be illegal, but it happens. I think we're going to have to bring out some new softballs.
Well, I think Coach Humphrey giving the umpire a couple of balls there.
And we'll put a little something extra in Todd's paycheck envelope.
Yep.
The extra duty.
Extra duty. And there's strike 3. Froze her. Another strikeout for Brittany Adair.
A lot of work in that inning.
Yeah, no runs, no hits, no errors, 1 left on base. So after 4 and a half innings, Lady Lions with a 1-0 lead over the Tigers of Georgetown. We'll be back with more Lady Lions softball on the Freed-Hardeman University Network after this message.
Residential or commercial, you can rely on West 10 Fence for complete fencing services. We put over 50 years of experience to work for you building, mending, and maintaining fences and gates. From chain link and barbed wire to wooden, vinyl, ornamental iron, and beautiful wrought iron, whether you want a fence for beauty, privacy, or security, we've got you covered. Just call and ask for a free estimate.
And welcome back. As Claxon finishes her warm-up pitches, the ball is down to second. And coming up for the Lady Lions, leading us off, will be Miss Catherine Crabb. And so far in this game, she's grounded out to third and singled to left field. Her batting average so far on the year, .296. That on-base percentage, .387, though.
And a good leadoff hitter here. And she likes watching TikTok. Have you ever watched TikTok?
I have watched some, but it just hasn't been my thing as she takes strike 1.
Yeah, and the catcher for framing it and helping it a little bit, let's give her a little credit. It was probably a strike anyway, but catcher insured it.
Yes. And this time she's going to kind of off the end of the bat, a little ground out to the second baseman, 4-3 for the first out for Freed-Hardeman here in the bottom of the 5th.
And Reynolds had to field that one on the short hop.
Yes. And that brings Kennedy Harris to the plate, the right fielder for the Lady Lions. Well, I'm looking up towards the facilities building. Looks like they got the bus back all lettered up nicely now, the big bus. And straight up, foul territory. Going to be a pop-up foul to the catcher.
And a great job of working the screen, and that's important. People don't realize with catchers how tough that is. You're going, you got to find the ball, and you got to know where the screen is.
That's
kind of like
correct.
working the wall with an outfielder.
Well, it's what we used to teach our infielders. First, how about your fence on the first and third base line? Go to the fence, find the fence, and then come back off the fence. So you don't run into the fence like somebody else that I know did one time.
Yeah.
Full speed, left field, catching a fly ball. It was foul. I didn't let up, and I went, coach, and I hit my right here on one of those poles.
Oh, I thought you'd seen me do that.
Oh, no. I don't think you and I are the first or the last ones that will ever do that.
No,
they're laughing at us over there. We're going to have to.
But we caught them, though.
That's right. What I told my wife. She said, "What?" I said, "Hey, still caught the ball. Didn't come out of my glove." And 3-0 the count on Sophie Donovan.
And David Wade not even moving a muscle because he knows Sophie knows what to do.
Oh, yeah. He's probably got her with the gray light. You know, she gave up the first time she sacked bunt the last at bat. And she takes it for a strike, 3-1.
And you know, when I was a player, I begged one of my coaches one day, Charles Todd, this was in Babe Ruth, let me go on. I actually called timeout, walked down the line, and he said, son, get back in the batter's box and play some real baseball.
And she swings at ball 4, but I think that was more of a protection swing because that pitch was going to probably hit her if she didn't swing.
Well, I know somebody down didn't catch their number, had nimble feet.
That was Cassie Hayes. That's Cassie Hayes. She just moved right up. She down there all the way at the other end of the dugout, way away from the warm-up circle. And there's another foul.
They're going to throw those pitches and stuff. I like the way this catcher gets that mask off and fine, and that's important. And you want to throw the mask in the opposite direction of where you're going.
Correct. And so far, we have seen about 78 pitches from Claxon, which I was thinking that would probably be a little bit higher than that.
Going to have another assist.
And a 1-4-3 ground out. And so 3 up, 3 down for the Lady Lions. We'll be back with the top of the 6th after this message on the Freed-Hardeman University Sports Network.
If you want to invest in cabinetry and need a locally owned and operated company you can trust, choose Kitchens by Design. In business since 2002, our locally owned and operated company has a track record of providing precision work, serving both residential and commercial clients. We're your one-stop shop providing quality work for all types of projects, including kitchens, bathrooms, additions, new construction, and more. For more information on how we can service your needs, contact us today.
And welcome back as we move to the top of the 6th with Freed-Hardeman with a 1-0 lead. And that 1-0 lead is courtesy of 5 hits. And Georgetown has no runs for it. And they had that one throwing error that allowed a runner to get the second back in the second inning. That did not affect anything. And so they've left 6 on base, and Freed-Hardeman's left 5 on base, Coach. That number, as long as they're close, you're okay. But it's when you see somebody leaving 9, 10 on base and the other team, 1 or 2 or whatever, and it's a number that you want to look at.
And then back in the first game, we had a little concern over those back-to-back innings where we left 5 people, 3 in one inning and 2 in the other.
And I asked Morgan Crawford about that, and she said leaving the runners on base and not scoring just caused me to, and you said it, refocus.
I love it.
And I went right out and worked harder to do what I knew I needed to do. And then she said, because I was confident that my team could score runs.
Yes.
Now think about that.
And she picked up and helped. And that's what it is. You got to pick each other up. And, again, a dandy pitch on the corner, outside corner.
And this is Peyton Baker. And that time it's up high, 1-1. So far in this game, Baker has struck out and flew out to center field. She brought to the end of the 3rd inning when Georgetown was making that threat with bases loaded. And another ball upstairs, 2-1. So, but that's the type of, then we'll go back to Crawford. That's the mentality that you want every player on your team to have.
Oh yeah, she's a competitor.
And you see this on shirts now. You'll see we over me. And what a play by Allie Mitchell to get up in the air to take away probably a double right there if that gets through on the.
Did you see the nice smile by Allie?
Oh yeah.
Is that the play of the game?
That at this point, that's
defensively.
Defensively, that definitely would be our play of the game so far. As Annie Campbell steps in, the designated player. And she takes that one outside.
She thought about it. Well, watch where she lines up. She's way up in the front of the box. This time she moved back a little bit. That last time she would have had her foot on the old chalk.
I just wonder if she seems to be struggling with her timing of pitching. There's a swing and a miss. Is that Brittany just blew that one by her, really?
Yeah, she was behind the pitch, and the number one came down the line there.
And that one change up just a little short.
And she is using the timing method because she's really shown no propensity for bunting the ball.
Right. You know, it's a little trick that coaches use for players that, and there's a foul straight back. They use that for players that are struggling a little bit with it, and we don't know. This team hasn't played a game, so maybe it's something that's been picked up in batting practice or whatever it might be. And a swing and a miss, and her second strikeout of the game for Campbell.
Wished we had a radar gun. I believe that one was harder than the other fastball.
And now she's up to 8 strikeouts, Coach, if my calculation is correct. And there's one straight back here to us. Fortunately, that top rail on that foul pole.
And not trying to count chickens before they hatch. We're 4 outs away from victory.
I wasn't saying anything.
Well, she doesn't hear me, so I can't jinx her.
Because you can't jinx her. Now, in basketball, it's never fails. You jinx every free throw shooter.
Oh, I got the Bethel free throw shooters the other night.
And there's a liner. Oh, that.
Did I see a little yellow?
You saw how much yellow did you see, Coach?
I saw about half
I
yellow.
saw at least half. So we're going to go to the bottom of the 6th. Lady Lions 1, Georgetown Tigers nothing. We'll be back with more Lady Lions softball on the Freed-Hardeman University and Sports Network.
The reason I chose Freed-Hardeman was I came for orientation, and I felt welcomed and loved, and I've toured many nursing programs, and this was different. This one was something different to me, and it's been amazing, and I've really enjoyed it, and it's something I'll always remember, and this is family to me. I also chose Freed-Hardeman because of the 100% pass rate at Dixon. They've had a 100% pass rate for the last 3 years, and that finalized my decision to come to Freed-Hardeman.
And welcome back as we move to the bottom of the 6th. Ray Pack, Joe Holloway, having a little fun today with Freed-Hardeman University Lady Lions softball. As you have a good shot at the flag, and the wind, Coach, definitely blowing straight in from center field.
I think to get a home run today.
I think that's what's helped some of these fly balls stay up in the air, as hard hit as they were.
And you would really have to tattoo one to get it out of the park today.
Yes, and Cassie Hayes steps in.
There's our wonderful soccer team.
She's popped up to the shortstop and has a sac fly to the left fielder. So she has the only RBI of this game. And see ya. I think that one's for a ride. Oh, stays in. And there you go. There's the wind.
Yeah,
so
I
Hayes.
think it's hard to get one out.
Hayes with a double to pretty much left center. And that brings up our designated player, Morgan Crawford, who in this game so far she has a single and a walk. But on the day she had 2 hits in the first game to help her own cause as she got the victory in the circle.
And they really gave her nothing to hit in that last
No,
inning.
they didn't throw a pitch to her. And I don't think they're going to this time.
She may not get anything.
Don't think she's going to get much to hit now either.
Yeah, if she could get one inside or over the plate. We haven't had the Fieldhouse hit with a home run yet.
No, now they do have a net there, so they're going to have to hit it up over a net.
I think this young lady could.
And she got her hands under that. And Hayes fakes the tag, draws the third. Good job there trying to maybe have somebody over there at third and make a bobble, and then you can steal a base. Crawford flies out to the center fielder for the first out of the inning, and that brings up Annalise Jarnigan. As we see, that's some of the basketball team out there. Is that – no, it is baseball.
It is baseball.
It is baseball, yes. It is baseball. The basketball team probably at practice, Jeremy. Is that right? How'd you get out of practice? Oh, doing this.
And they play Sunday in the Mid-South Conference tournament. I believe, what, 7 o'clock game?
I think that's right.
We'll miss – I'd love to be there to do that game.
And Jarnigan, she sails one deep to right. Catch made. Hayes tags. Cut, no throw to third. So no sack. Now here's a good point that we can explain. That is not a sacrifice fly because no run scored, and it wasn't to advance a player intentionally.
No, it wasn't. That just a big fly ball.
2 outs. As Sam Morgan steps up. She's singled to right field, and then she hit the 3 on assist. It's a hard ground ball. Third baseman, high throw, but the first baseman, fortunately, has a little height on it. And so we'll have a 5-3 ground out for the third out of the 6th inning for the Lady Lions. We're going to come back. We got the top of the 7th to come as the Tigers come to bat. We'll be back with more on the Freed-Hardeman University Sports Network.
The reason why I pursued my BSN in nursing is because I wanted to give back to the community. I wanted to take back, I wanted to give care to all the patients that I had taken care of previously in the past. I wanted to gain more experience in education. Freed-Hardeman is local here in Dixon, Tennessee. I noticed that they had a 100% pass rate for the past 3 years, and I knew that Freed-Hardeman would be a great fit for me.
And welcome back in as we go to the top of the 7th. The Lady Lions 3 outs away from win number 2 in conference play and moving to 8-2 on the season. As Brittany Adair, she's given up 4 hits, but it's been a pretty nice job as those hits have been scattered throughout the first 6 innings.
And she's worked them inside, outside, and then walked a couple. That last warm-up pitch had a little intensity.
Oh, yeah.
She threw that one.
She's at 107 pitches as the catcher for the Tigers steps in. Number 7, Maddie Sims.
And remember, the underhand throwing motion is the natural motion. Baseball has the unnatural motion.
That's the hard stuff on you.
Yeah. That's the reason you see rotator cuff injuries, Tommy John surgery. It's rare that you see something like that if a softball pitcher keeps it in their natural motion.
Right. 24, Ella Forish is on. She stepped out. There's a ball high to the catcher, Sims. Georgetown does have a pinch hitter out on deck, number 24, Ella Forish,
who is a freshman. Yeah, thought we'd get that one.
That was yes, that's 1-1. His pitch just outside, but pretty good strike zone. And that is a ball high, 2-1.
And talking about pitching a little more, the windmill style is easier on the arm than the slingshot is.
Yes. And a pop-up, Crab on her horse. She gets there as the fly ball goes out to right center field.
And this is a tricky win when it gets up in there and you're having to run. Now, if you can camp under one, you got a better shot.
And I mean, the flag's went out. Now it's blowing across from left to right. So that ball probably was tailing away from her.
Center fielder took charge, and that's what should happen.
That's what should happen. First pitch to the pinch hitter, number 24, Forish, is a ball high.
Yeah, and obviously it's a little tougher because you have no book on these hitters.
That's correct. You have nothing to look at. And there is a strike taken on the outside corner. Bring our count to 1-1. Well, you really have nothing on these players that's really current on anybody because of last year's cancellations. And a ball high.
I think the men in baseball got, 4 or 5 games in? No, they had to get a couple more in because Seals hit about 4
The baseball
home runs.
team got a bunch more games in than softball did.
Yeah, they did.
So 3-1 is the count.
Of course, I'll invite everybody to come and see.
Seals.
He is major league worthy. They have been looking at him for several years.
Now, Josh is a definite talent. And Forish draws a walk as Rannells steps up.
And Rannells has a hit.
Yeah, she does. She does. She's hit it straight up the middle off of remember, she's the one that hit the ball straight up the middle right at Brittany. And going to get a pinch runner.
That West coming in?
Number 4, Kylie West.
And they're loaded with freshmen. She's another freshman that's playing.
Yeah, I looked through their, and I know you don't have it, but I looked through their roster on the Georgetown website. They got a lot of players from the part of Kentucky that we used to play softball a lot in. And Central Kentucky is a hot spot for fast pitch softball.
Yes, it's like in Middle Tennessee there's some areas, and then around Chattanooga, but Chattanooga has sagged a little bit in fast pitch softball lately.
Yes. And Adair works that outside corner, so it's 1-1 on the second baseman Rannells.
And obviously, as any pitcher would, but this is an important batter. You want to get this one.
Yeah, you need this one to get the second out. As West is at first. Rannells swings, fouls it back, out of play. So a 1-2. Now I think now's the time of the game where you don't mess around with your pitches, your waste pitches, your throwaway pitches. I think right now is the time. Come attack the batter, get the outs.
And it is, because some of their batters will be looking for the waste pitch.
Right.
But come and get them. And the catcher has to be wary, because we want to hold this runner at first.
And there's your pitch. Strike 3 swinging.
Yeah, Dare didn't mess around then.
No. As we're back at the top of the order, Carly Oliver, the shortstop, fouls one straight back.
Oliver struck out once and been on with the bases on ball.
So we got 9 strikeouts for Adair. And a smash. And that's over the head of Kennedy Harris, and that's going to score at least 1 run. So, going to be a triple.
She's out because she fell out of baseline.
Is that what they're discussing?
That's what they're talking about.
Is it what they're talking about?
She ran out of.
Usually on the on a.
She's hurt?
Yeah.
as Freed Hardeman trainers checking on her.
I think she says she's okay.
That's West, who scores from first on a triple by Oliver. So we're now even, Coach, 1-1.
1-1 the score. We'll still have the bottom of the seventh.
That's right. And in the bottom of the seventh, we'll be bringing up Allie Mitchell, Britton Gerald, and then we'll be back to the top to Catherine Crabb. So Kristen Klemesh steps in, the right fielder. Runner on third. And a 6-3 ground out to end the inning, but the damage is done on one hit, no errors, one left on base. Our score 1-1 as we go to the bottom of the seventh. We'll be back with more Lady Lions softball right here on the Freed Hardeman University Sports Network.
The reason I chose Freed Hardeman is because I'm a mother of two, and I live here locally here in Dixon, and 2 years ago I decided that I wanted to be a nurse. So Freed Hardeman had just opened up and I was ready for the opportunity and jumped on it, and I knew I needed to stay home, still be a mom, and yet I wanted to pursue my dream as being a nurse.
Very unfortunate.
And welcome back. You're not used to sitting in that. You're
No,
used to
I'm
sitting
not.
over here where you see him counting.
Yeah.
And so that's okay. We'll be all right.
We'll get that one whipped next time.
Maybe Lawson won't throw you out of the press box anyway. So we got 1-1 our score as we are now in the bottom of the seventh. As I said, Allie Mitchell is coming up. She's drawn a walk and walked. Then Britton Gerald's coming up. She has struck out and flied out to center field. And then Catherine Crabb, she's grounded out to third base, grounded out to second base, but she also had a solid hit to left field on a single, and she scored Freed Hardeman's only run.
And we are looking for base runners. And something you pointed out, now their first and third basemen are wearing the mask.
Yes.
And that proves your point. Some do, some don't. Sometimes I wonder back in the old days of another college, a guy named Bud Sykes at Gilbert Sykes that actually coached here at Chester County for a while before we moved back up to Northside. He played, never left the infield grass at third base, always played up. But there's a reason why. There was a hump in College Park that they couldn't get rid of.
Until the ball would take the hop.
So he played in front of the hump all the time.
All right, here we go. Claxon's first pitch. Down low to Allie Mitchell. And that time must have just caught the inside part of the corner,
It was
Coach.
close. It was close. It could have gone
But
either way.
again, in all fairness, this umpire's been consistent with that call all day. So, and foul ball down the third base line.
In the hole, got to protect the plate now at a 1-2 count. But you don't want to bite at one of those waste pitches. Fun crew out there in the outfield.
Yeah, they're having fun. And there it is. It's going to be a ground ball to third base. That's her second ground out to the third baseman. So score at 5-3. That'll be the first out of the inning. Oh, that's not her second ground out. Well, I'm off base there. She's walked. She had walked and flew out, and then she grounds out. Now Britton Gerald steps up, 0 for 2 today in this game. Takes a pitch down low.
Now, I don't think we've got an eighth inning on the scoreboard. If we have to go to that,
it'll go back.
They'll rub everything out on the
have to
scoreboard.
rub out, yeah.
Go back to the first inning.
And Gerald takes another pitch. I had mentioned she was going to work the pitcher in their last at bat. She didn't work the pitcher as much, and she flew out.
And like I said, we're needing base runners because the top of the order's about to come up.
Yes. And ball 3. That must have been low.
The catcher really tried to frame that one.
Yes.
That's one of those, please, umpire, help me.
And Britt she works her magic again as she is going to walk again.
And, you know, they had a guy named Eddie Yost that played years ago in Major League Baseball. They called him the walking man because he walked so many times.
And a ball to Crab as she steps in. So that's 3 walks today on the day. That brings her to 9 walks for the season. And that is a fair ball. She's calling it foul. The umpire's calling it foul.
Oh, no. Yes, she did.
She called it foul. David's not going to argue, so it must be the right call.
It's a foul ball. The ball was inside the line, and it's not necessarily where both of her feet is. And one of her feet was there, but that ball is still a foul ball at that point.
It's where the ball is, not where the player
had
is.
She touched it like that and it had passed third base in any part of fair territory, then you got a horse of another color.
So that's another ball. 2-1 is the count.
And remember, Dave Wade's one of the better umpires.
I was going to say he if he didn't argue, he knows, and so it's a good call. And ball 3 inside. So Claxon, with 1 out, has put Gerald on with a walk. It is now 3-1 to Crab, who has singled and 2 ground outs so far today. And she strokes it single to left field. That's a nice line drive for a single. Moves Gerald up to second. And it puts her on.
Now batting right fielder, number 6, Kennedy Harris.
And I believe Harris has 2 hits.
And Harris has a double and a single. And an unfortunate foul pop to the catcher.
Yeah, Kennedy could end this game right here. One swing of the bat's all it takes to have a walk-off game.
This is this team. This is how they have done. They never get down on themselves when they get down.
Are they the cardiac kids?
In their mind, I wouldn't say they're the cardiac kids, but in their mind, they are capable of overcoming any deficit. And there it is.
David's going to hold her up.
Well, hey, with 1 out, holding her at third is probably pretty smart because now you set yourself up for a sac fly.
And other than the infield fly rule or something, a strikeout, you're in good shape.
Now, Sophie Donovan is coming into play. This is, and I have to say, this is the only time I've ever seen this happen in the softball game. Sophie Donovan has grounded out 1-6-3, the pitcher to the shortstop to the first baseman. Then she gave herself up on a sacrifice bunt, 2-3. That's really great. And then her next at bat, she grounds out pitcher, second base, third. I don't know that I've ever seen that happen before, Coach.
And you're right. I haven't.
I mean, I've seen it happen in a game, but I don't think I've ever seen it happen twice in a game to the same batter.
I was going to say it has happened, but it's usually a different player.
Exactly.
Now, the thing that you don't want, if you hit it back at the pitcher, you want to hit it hard because if it bounces off, you won't get the double play and we'll score the run.
Right.
Now, they're up, and they got an
outfield. Their outfield is in, so they're going to concede any deep fly ball. Yeah. And a strike called on Donovan. We've got 1 out. Bases are loaded for the Lady Lions. As I can't even remember who it was. Ducks on the pond, as they would say.
Ron Potesta.
There it is.
Let's go,
And that is the ball game. What a way to win it on a sacrifice fly. And that was driven enough the outfielder had to turn the wrong way. There was no chance.
I thought it was going to be over her head, but again, you never know. So Freed Hardeman is going to get a 2-1 victory. Coach Joe and I will be back to wrap this one up after this break on the Freed Hardeman University Sports Network.
My name is Clay Leonard. I preach for the Church of Christ in Paris, Kentucky, and I'm a student in the Graduate School of Theology at Freed Hardeman. I think the quality of scholarship at Freed Hardeman, as well as the camaraderie that is shared between the students and the professors, sets Freed Hardeman apart. I'm already using my degree in so many ways as I preach, and I hope that it will continue to challenge me to be the best student that I can and the best preacher that I can.
Chase Animal Hospital is a full-service veterinary hospital which performs well and sick patient exams, hospitalization, surgery, boarding, doggy daycare, and grooming. We are located in Huntsville, Alabama, the Rocket City. We can take care of all dogs and cats as well as some livestock animals. Our current veterinarians on staff are Kevin Crabb, Zach Knight, Elizabeth Harville, and Wesley Clendenin. Visit our website at chaseanimalhospital.com or check us out on Facebook. We look forward to taking care of all your pet's needs.
Residential or commercial, you can rely on West 10 Fence for complete fencing services. We put over 50 years of experience to work for you building, mending, and maintaining fences and gates. From chain link and barbed wire to wooden, vinyl, ornamental iron, and beautiful wrought iron, whether you want a fence for beauty, privacy, or security, we've got you covered. Just call and ask for a free estimate.
And welcome back. Ray Pack and Joe Holloway here. He wants us to look at the camera for some reason.
Okay. And Lawson, if we get a chance once the young ladies get out there, they do a lot of good field work and stuff. And those kids, some of them did get to play in the game. Everybody, even the starters, have an assignment. Great game, Ray.
Hey, a perfect game, really good game. You know, as we look at the box score of this game, Georgetown scores 1 in the top of the 7th on 5 hits. They commit 1 error, doesn't cost them anything. They leave 7 on base. For Freed Hardeman, 2 runs. They scored the 1 run on the sac fly in the bottom of the 7th. They had 8 hits and no errors, and they left 8 on base. So both teams had opportunity to score a lot more runs.
This was a Pepto-Bismol Alka-Seltzer game. I think you've got some very special guests.
Who do I have behind me today?
Oh, you got some wonderful
I got
people.
2 of them. I only got 1 headset.
You are blessed. Well, I'm going to give them my headset and get out here.
All right.
So we'll have a pretty face on the broadcast.
We need that for sure. And going to be joining me first is going to be our pitcher for this game, Brittany Adair. Brittany, great game.
Thank you.
I know, and Coach Joe and I talk about this. I don't think, in my opinion, and in his, there's ever a situation you get in where you don't feel you can get out of it.
Well, not going to lie, I was a little nervous when we got the bases loaded, but I knew my team was behind me the entire time, so that's what kept me calm, and I knew my catcher, Sophie, was going to help me get through it, so that's what kept me get my composure.
I mean, you know, and I don't think you worry about the number of pitches you throw because you have a I like to call it, you have a method to the madness of how you pitch.
Yes.
You know what you want to do, and I know Sophie's back here behind us, and we're going to put her on next. But it seems like now did you come in last year and you missed last year, or did you just come in this semester?
So I came in this fall. So I transferred from UNA after my freshman year, so I came here in the fall.
So you had fall balls, all you had working with these girls. Well, there's just some chemistry between you and Sophie, and I can tell that. But you sound a lot like Morgan because she says, "I know my team will pull me through," and the thing I like about that is it seems to be the attitude of everyone on the team is the we is greater than me. And I like to say, you know, and you've seen this, you've been around sports. People would rather play oftentimes for the name on the back of a uniform rather than the name on the front.
Yeah.
That's not this team. This team wants to play for Freed Hardeman Lady Lions. I could sit here all day and ask you questions about What was the biggest decision in making you come to Freed Hardeman?
I think the biggest decision, mostly because like I loved the atmosphere of like the Church of Christ atmosphere, and just like being able to worship God every day. At UNA, we didn't really like have that atmosphere. Like we went to church and stuff, but we just didn't have.
You didn't have the daily activity.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Anybody back home that didn't get to come to the game that would be watching, you want to say, I'll give you the final words. You can say whatever you want to say to your friends, to your family, whoever might be watching, whether they're watching live or whether they're going to go back and watch it in the archive as a delay. So, anybody you want to give thanks to?
I want to say hi to my family and hi to my mostly my mom and dad and my grandparents who are watching right now.
Well, we're glad. They ought to be proud of you. Congratulations on being Pitcher of the Week, by the way.
Thank you.
And your no-hitter against the number 25 team in the country, in NAIA. And today, yeah, you gave up a few hits, but I think that took some pressure off of you when you gave up that hit. That first hit took a little pressure off of you.
Just a little bit.
So, but anyway, congratulations on the win as your Lady Lions. We moved to 8-2 on the season, 2-0 in conference, and we'll be right back at it. I'm sure you'll be pitching one of the two games tomorrow. You never know.
You never know.
But, we're supposed to play at 10-2. We'll see you then.
See you then.
All right, let me get Sophie in here real quick.
Thank you.
Welcome, Sophie Dunovit, the catcher for the Freed Hardeman Lady Lion team. I've got to start this out by pointing out the obvious, guys. Coach Joe, you know exactly what I'm going to say. You are the only player in any game that I have ever watched, ever commentated on, ever kept score for, that has hit into 2 3-player outs, 2 assists and a putout. In the first inning, you hit to the pitcher, shortstop, first base. Second, now then you gave up a perfect. And by the way, I got to credit. I don't know if it's his call, but a perfect sacrifice bunt to move the runners. And then you go 1-4-3. How did you do that?
Just see the ball, hit the ball.
But
I try not to think too much. I clear my mind and go up there.
Okay, just don't overanalyze what's going on. And I've asked Brittany and I asked Morgan after the first game. I know Morgan, she gets the bases loaded. She said that made her go out and work harder.
Mm-hmm.
And I think part of her working harder is the relationship you two have as a pitcher and catcher. You've been doing it this will be your 3rd year if you would have got to play last year, right? And then Brittany comes in, and I think the chemistry between the two of you is going to be just like that too. What is your opinion about when we see those pressure situations? What's your expectation of your team?
Of my team, it's to get the out, and my pitcher, I know that she's about to throw whatever I call and throw it good.
Okay, and that's exactly what we would want to do. A big win, 2 conference wins, first 2 wins in the Mid-South Conference, over a team receiving votes. I didn't mention to Brittany, but the Florida trip you all went on, you come back 4-2.
Mm-hmm.
You win 2 games over the 25th ranked team, a win over a team that's ranked number 19, and a Southeastern team which Todd says they're receiving votes, but they're in that category. So every team you all have played so far in 10 games is either ranked or receiving votes. That tells a lot about the resilience and the attitude of this Freed Hardeman team. Where do you think we can go?
Far. Very far.
Okay. I like that confidence. All right. So I guess we're going to call these co-players of the game, Coach. Co-players of the game. Brittany Adair was in the circle, and Sophie Dunovit comes through with the huge sacrifice fly in the bottom of the 7th. I thought it was over her head, by the way.
I was
ready.
it was
I was
too.
ready to write it down as a single in the book, and somehow she got there. But she twisted every which way she could. So, but anyway,
I was just trying to get it that way.
congratulations, and we'll see you hopefully back out here tomorrow at 10.
Yes,
You'll
sir.
be ready to go?
Yes, sir.
All right. All right, that's Sophie Donovan. I'm Ray Pack. Coach Joe Holloway has already stepped away. Lawson, you ready to wrap her up? All right. Oh, David, we want to go. We got one more. Never mind. Man. I don't know how long I can talk to him.
Oh,
all
my
right. We got assistant coach David Wade up here as Coach Humphrey has already ventured off to the Brewer Sports Center for his volleyball game.
For the volleyball, he missed a good one and left us with a coronary. So
well, yeah, this is one thing I've learned about this group of girls in the games I've watched, and I see it as I've talked to the three tonight and others. I don't know that there's ever a time that they don't expect to come back in that, whether it's the bottom of the 7th or it's extra innings, they don't expect to lose.
No, and you know they know we hit the ball so well, and the discipline that the defense has. I mean, in Florida we were talking about that. Against Weber in the first game, we go down 6-1.
Right.
And then we just start chipping, and right now in our lineup, there's really only two that can't get it out of the ballpark at any time. So we're getting runners on base. We're very disciplined at the plate. Coach Kaylin Graham is handling the hitting, and I mean she's doing a fantastic job.
Just think about the hitter she was in her time.
Yeah, she could hit the ball pretty good.
She's a pretty good hitter. But there's the aspect of this group, and you mentioned the bomb squad, and right now there's only three or four members of the bomb squad. I can't remember off the top of my head. I know Sam and Annalise and Cassie for sure.
And Kennedy.
So there's 4.
Yeah.
But like you say, any of them hit the ball. I thought the day that the one ball that
Annalise.
That was Annalise. She stroked it. I thought that ball was gone.
Yeah.
I thought that ball was gone. But the wind blowing in, and it just kept balls in the air, so we didn't see that today. Hopefully tomorrow the rain will hold off. We can get these two games in at 10-2. I got to talk about Britt and Gerald too. Very disciplined. At the plate, and her coming up in the bottom of the 7th, and she had 2 walks in the first game. Her first at bat, she struck out looking, but you can go back and watch the tape. You can go back and watch the tape, and
I know the way that she looks at the strike zone, so if
it was a ball and he called a strike, I will give the home plate umpire credit. She was very consistent.
Yes, she was.
She was very consistent. And as a coach, that's what you want. You want consistency.
And we knew it, and we were throwing to those spots, and their pitcher did a great job. They started throwing to those spots also.
And that wasn't that the same umpire we had in the Lions series, the first series.
Yes.
So I thought I remembered her. But anyway, Britton, she got 9 walks on the season. That tells you her discipline.
Well, and Britton is the perfect 9-hole hitter. She just turns the order over, and I call her get on base Britt. And right now her batting average is just below 200 as far as getting hits, but she is over 500 with an on-base percentage.
Yeah.
She is getting on base.
And Coach Joe and I were talking about that. Everybody gets hung up on the batting average.
Yes.
I would rather see the OBS, the on-base percentage, more than I would, because that tells you what a hitter is really doing.
Well, and in game 1, we had the situation where, we had runners in scoring position, and she was coming up, and they had just walked the bases loaded, and we were thinking about possibly putting a pinch hitter in right there. And, Todd was talking about it, and we all kind of came to the conclusion that, look, she's just walked one. and we've got a 500 on base percentage. I mean, the odds of getting on base are 50-50 right here, you know, and she didn't get the hit, and that's fine. We came back and did it, but you know, it's so important, that 9 spot.
Yes.
To be ready, and it showed tonight because that's what got on base.
And that's what scores the winning run.
And that's what scores the run.
That's
yes, absolutely.
So, all right, Coach, I appreciate you coming up. Appreciate the girls coming up. Let's pray tonight that the rain will either hold off or it'll quit, and we can get this field ready to play sometime tomorrow. We may not get it in at starting at 10,
right.
but the break looks like if it's going to rain, we may have a break in there somewhere. So,
well, we've obviously, you can see them. They're pulling the tarp right now. We're putting it on, and we've already talked to the other team, and we're planning right now on the 10 and 12. But depending on what happens, we will. You know, we may move it. Just be ready. We're flexible. They're flexible. We want to get this in, and we're hoping to find that window.
Well, we're hoping we can do that. Good job on an 8-2 start, and we will catch you on the next broadcast. We just want to see you field a ground foul ball ground down.
I will not get in front of a ball. I promise you.
Coach Joe's going to buy him glove. Anyway, that's a wrap from here at Freed Hardeman at Rayla Tucker Black Field. And we want to make sure that we say thank you to our executive producer, Paul Schultze, our director, Lawson Mann, running our camera, Alexander Bitterling, and your commentators, Coach Joe Holloway and myself, Ray Pack, for the Worthy Road Studios broadcast crew on the Freed Hardeman University Sports Network. We say good night and God bless.